Going on, guys?
Hey, hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Rodarte?
Doing good. Staying busy, trying to you know, better my niche with updates and all that,
Okay.
or automations rather.
Automations, gotcha. Jeremy, hope you're doing well. Cam, Aman. We got a bunch of people here. We got
Yes,
newbies, we got
sir.
people. It's cool. We got a mixed bag today. All right, we'll hop in. I know people have meetings and things like that, so we'll get right to it. Um, Rodarte, let's go and start with you, man. Anything in particular that you wanted to go over with me or Mason? I see some updates here, but anything in particular that you wanted to ask us? We'll go.
It was just more of an update. I know, like, I didn't really ask a question, but more so, Mason mentioned it in our chat about a formula he had for branding on Instagram. I would like to see his input or his advice there. And then just thinking about like scraping emails and like how looking at the seven-figure agency with Joel. He talks about scraping. I know you don't subscribe to that and you think it's kind of a waste of time, but just letting you know, like it's something I thought about and um, wanted to see if I can get like a good starting point. Like hey, like start here kind of a thing.
Okay. Um, so I guess I'll kind of chime in about like my stuff and then I'll kind of hand over to Mason. Are you in a rush, Rodarte, today, or can you hang out for like until like 7, or are you in a rush?
I can come back. I have a demo call at 4, which is an hour from now.
Okay.
So once that's over, I can hop back on.
The reason I bring it up is it sounds like Jeremy or yeah, Jeremy's got to get going. He's got to pretty much same time as you. He's got like a demo thing. I was just trying to figure out how we can give everybody value because I do think that what Mason would go over with you would be valuable for everybody. I just don't know how long it'll take him.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Just throwing this out there. It's supposed to be a sales call, and I've messaged her to see if she's going to show up. The discovery call went great, and we've stayed in touch, but you never know. So I can, I'll just hang on here as long as I can, and then if she and I don't last long, I'll be back on.
cool. Um, so in terms of ads, something that I came across the other day, I created a Loom video on this. There's this guy, I talk about him quite a bit. His name is Prab Mangit. And so I came across a YouTube video of his, and he was talking about this thing called um a case study ad. And it's very interesting, but it's kind of like the ad that me and Aman are running. This ad right here generate X amount of results, but that's not even the cool part. It's kind of starts with that, but it's like this agent, this realtor got these results, and he's not this, he's not that, he's not all these things that people don't want. And the way he was able to do it is this unknown method called this. And he's not the only person. These other people have gotten results too. This person result. This is this person results. And we've got put together an 8-minute video. If you click the button below, boom. And so he talked about his YouTube channel. That's how I came across it the first time. And then what I did is I funnel hacked him. And now here's the thing. The kicker is this. I'm not just telling you about some really cool ad. I studied his other ads and they all follow the same formula. And this guy's currently doing 500,000 per month. So that's not like chump change, right? 500,000 per month is not chump change. And that he's attributing that to this ad. So what I did is I screen recorded and I created a really quick video running through his entire funnel. I don't know if I'm going to share this video with you guys or if I'm going to share a video where I just break down the ad. I don't know. But I bring this up because I think that this is something that everybody should be doing in terms of creating this ad. I just kind of noticed like there are some ads that just like work. Like the one me and Aman did, that just works. I think other people have used it and it's worked for them. Like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's work. It just works across various different needs. There, some ads just work and you just copy the format and it'll just work. So I wanted to go and share that with you guys. So Roger, when you say, hey, things are slowing down, yeah, duplicate assets, whatever, but like also this. And then I believe Riviera and me, we scripted together an ad so we can kind of see how that's going. And then if it works well for him, then perhaps that's something you should consider recreating as well.
Yeah,
Um,
so usually I would, how you say just duplicate the ad set. I've been doing that, but it's still slow. So I kind of figured, hey, this is December holiday season. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, I definitely would love to just revamp it anyways because I saw um the other day me, Cam, and Rivera were on a Zoom call doing giving each other testimonials, and yeah, Rivera showed his ad, and it made me think like, oh, I should probably revamp mine.
So me and him completely built a brand new one. I have material on what you do when you're ad fatigue, so it's in the FAQ module. What I would do for you is you want to duplicate the ad set, and then once that slows down, well then what you can do is you can tweak up like the first 3 seconds. So you can add like a hook. So you can literally record yourself like with the phone and you're like, hey, check this out, and just a banger hook, and then you put in the rest of your video. You can do stuff. That's how a lot of people squeeze more juice out of the lemon.
Okay,
So yeah, so instead of like creating something from scratch, do this. But then again, also create the stuff from scratch as well, because I think that'll actually perform very well as well. You want to have that and you always want to have your control and then your variable and see if you can beat your control
got
always.
it.
Um in terms of email and all that stuff, what I would say is this is like we have to, again, we have to like look at what your bottleneck is and figure out what the issue is there. So it's all the same. It's like there's traffic and then you've got your discovery call and then you've got your sales call. So I always tell people, I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, the traffic source does affect, you know, if you get your traffic source to be, YouTube organic, those people are going to close way easier, way better than from Facebook ads for sure. But at the end of the day, you got to work on the discovery call, you work on the sales call. I guess my question would just be like, why are you considering this? Is it due to cost? Is it due to like, I think I would be more successful? Like, what is the purpose
I
behind
guess
doing it?
cost, yeah, because you're right. It's like the bottleneck is going to be the same, right? So, yeah, I guess just cost as far as the ad set or ad spend goes. And then another thing I had in mind was, yeah, I'm sure your answer is gonna be no, but I thought maybe like my price point's too high because more than or I guess like a handful of times the discovery or the demo calls, Zoom face to face that I thought were going well. Like once we get to the bottom price, like there are a handful of times people are taken aback by like how much it is. And they're like, "Wow, man! Like, I mean, it sounds great. It's just a lot of money." And I know there's uh objection handlers and like I can do better on that aspect, but um, yeah, I thought maybe like is that too much to ask?
I don't think so. I've been strong about this, which is that, so I made 3 notes here. One, I don't think it's about objections. I'm very strong about that. I feel very confident. It's not about handling objections, it's about preventing them. Right. Once you get out, again, myself, I literally will tell you like 9 out of 10 times, if I get an objection, I'm not closing the deal. Straight up.
Okay.
I will tell you that myself. So my job is just to not get the objection. And so that should be your same thing too. So that takes us to point two, which is are you familiar with Alex Hormozy's value equation?
I know Alex Ramosi. I don't know. I've seen videos on him. I don't know which one was value equation or not.
Okay.
I've seen
So,
so many videos on him.
um, So I'm just gonna kind of give you like some information, then from there you can kind of do the homework.
Okay.
Basically, his thing is like increase these numbers and then decrease these numbers. So what is your dream outcome? What is their dream outcome? And you really want to just like tell them like, okay, you want 10, like this is why so much research went into like, okay, well, what do these guys really want? They want 10K within this time for what do they really want? And then you have to increase their perceived likelihood of achievement. So again, this is where like the case studies and all those storytelling and everything, because like if it works for somebody else, it should work for me. And then time delay. Perhaps this is something you could work on. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you could focus more on your sales on this, like, oh, here's how the results will come. Also, here are typically things that people have to do, but you're not gonna have to do working with us because we're gonna make it so much easier for you. These are things that you can play around with. Again, you can listen to Hormozy and just watch some of his videos, see how he implements this, and maybe that'll help in terms of the value. This could help, or there could be another cancer that's brewing that you're unaware of. And so maybe it's, maybe I can give one of your sales calls a review at this point. I feel like I know you've asked for that before, and I was like, hey, we keep switching things up, and maybe a little bit later. I feel like right now might be a good time at this point in terms of the reps that you've done. So I'd be happy
Okay.
to have a look at like a sales call if you want to go through him and say, hey, Kushi, I think this is a fantastic one because I think I did everything to a T, and I felt really good about, but I was stumped. Like by the time you got to the end, like what the fuck happened there? So there could be a cancer that's brewing, which to me, I think that's what it is. Like if you keep hearing people say, "Yeah, I want to close, I want to do the thing, I want to do the thing," but they don't, I don't know, man. Something's going on there. What is your close rate at this point
My close rate. Let's see.
in terms of like number of closes you've had divided by So you've had two closes.
I've had two closes and I've had 18 live sales calls.
So I don't think that's terrible, right? Like actually, wait, 2 divided by 18. I mean, yeah, dude, you gotta double that. But 4 divided by yeah, so 4 divided by 18 would be a 22%. Um, I think that's like fair. 6 divided by 18 would be a 33%. That's like so stud muffin is 33%, 30%. So that's like 6 out of 18. Healthy is 4 out of 18.
Okay.
Uh, so yeah, if you're writing that down, it's like 20% needs to be like 22% is like, hey, the things are healthy. If not, you got to revamp your sales process. 33% is like stellar. It's like, fuck, I really get this shit. I'm the CEO, I'm the founder. I can start hiring sales reps because I understand the game well enough that I can hire other people. My close rate is so high. So 22% aim, gotta aim for that bare minimum. Right now you're at 11%. 33% was what you want to get to. Jeremy, what's your close rate so far?
On sales calls and or are we talking discovery call to sales?
No, no, no. So sale calls that you have closed, which is three, divided by the number of live sales calls you've taken so far.
Let me look it up for you. Go ahead. I'll look it up for you real quick.
Sure. Um, so yeah, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you if it 'cause there's one last point I want to make with Rodarte, but I don't want
Okay.
to before I move on.
Let me here it comes.
So as I guess as he gets that like Rodarte, the cancer, like it's I don't think the solution, is, like I don't think the solution is emails. Like that's just gonna fucking make your shit even slower, man. That's gonna slow your shit the
Yeah,
way.
that's a good point. I guess I was just like looking at the ad spend, but like,
If you want to increase the close rate, there's one thing you can do, and Cam has proven that it works. It's just tricky. Um, it's just tricky. So if you're telling me the price point is really the issue, there is a workaround. It's just I don't typically like it. I think it's risky. Um,
what is it?
it's the 1K trial. So you just do what Cam did, which again, you close a deal, you do 6,250, 5,000 one-time payment, or if you want to get started, it's $1,000 today. My request is that you just have to cover the rest of the payment within 30 days. But that is fixed that, is predicated on you getting stellar results within those 30 days, or else it doesn't work.
Yeah,
And you have to have a good follow-up and all that stuff. So that's the workaround. If you're telling me, hey, it's too high, Koshik, that's the only workaround. So either you get better and figure out like, and either you get better in terms of figuring out like really what the objections are and what people are not telling you through their words. And again, I can help a little bit with that by like studying your sales call, or it's the 1K trial.
Koshik, right now, I've had 4 live sales calls and 3 sales.
Yeah. So like I look at that and this is why I told you during what I told you, I was like, hey, I'm not really worried about you in terms of sales. It's just a matter of the chess game, but like energy and
Yeah.
this, like that'll take you really far. So Rodarte, I say that, not to compare, but like, hey, like this is like I guess I am comparing, but like it's just like relative, right? It's like if you can see him doing that, I know that you can do that as well. I mean, his numbers are not average. I'm willing to bet that Jeremy, you're
It'll change. I've just gotten a good little streak here. That's all it was.
yeah, you're gonna get down to 30 or 20%.
Yeah.
But so does that make sense, Rodarte? I'm just trying to paint a picture of like what
yeah,
you're aiming for and what is realistic.
yeah,
So that's it, man. It's like sales, dude. That's what it is. Sales. I don't know, Jeremy, do you feel comfortable sharing some sales calls? I don't know if anybody on these calls feels comfortable sharing sales calls. Cam, I'm on. I know some guys have asked me like, Yoshik, I want to get better at sales. If you guys want as a community, I feel like that could be valuable for us to like throw in sales calls. If anybody feels comfortable, recordings, we can study each other. That might be helpful.
I haven't recorded any, but I will. I'll start doing that.
You're
Uh, I'm
okay.
supposed to be, I know. Just they just happen, and I will tell you, to me, um, I like I was telling you when I had my little Godzilla stomp, when people get in front of me, I do fine. It's
Yeah.
just getting them in front of me where I struggle. So, um, but I don't know that there's any magical trick to it. I think it's sometimes just a numbers game where you get a handful of people that you actually can relate to. I always start off every sales call just with some small chatter, you know. Um, I makes me nervous when you live stream this because people are going to think I'm a pervert or a nerd or some kind of weird stalker. But I always kind of go and find out something about them. What makes it easy is like this latest guy I sold to. I won't mention his name, but when I found him, because he didn't respond with the name of his med spa, so I Googled his name along with just med spa, medical spa, and he came up. And I found his medical spa. I found his Facebook and Instagram page, and I found out real fast he was a Washington Commanders football fan. Well, I'm a Kansas City Chiefs football fan, so I found a clever way to, bring up the Washington Commanders or football. And the next thing you know, we had a 10-minute conversation about football. Then he said something about boxing. And then we talked another 10 minutes about boxing, and we hadn't even talked about anything yet. And we were laughing and having fun. Another lady, I can't remember, she she was Filipino. And I said, "Do you know who Manny Pacquiao is?" "Oh my gosh, we love Manny Pacquiao. The whole place shuts down. Well, I'm a huge Manny Pacquiao fan. I've gone and watched him fight. I've got autographs. We talked about Manny Pacquiao for 10 minutes before we. So I always just try, whether it's stalking them a little bit or finding something, just trying to find something. They're a business owner. You're a business owner. There's something you'll find that you'll have in common with them, and usually you can stumble into it. And to me, it lowers my guard, and I know it helps lower theirs. So if I can just have a little small chatter with them and let them know I'm just a human being, I'm not some slimy guy coming after them trying to get their money and run, that really is helpful for me. So that's my 2 cents.
Are you doing it on the discovery call or are you doing it on the sales call?
Um, the discovery call, it's been happening on both, but I would tell you it's probably more discovery call just because when I get on the phone with them, I ask them how they're doing, anything going on. Are you the owner? So how is it? How long have you been doing this? I just start asking questions that will lend someone to say something about themselves. And once they lower their guard and tell me, oh, my husband this, my wife that, I'm going to the football game, something will slip out. And when it does, I just take that and go
I
and
see.
kind of just unravel it a little bit. And because generally like I said, I'm a business owner, they're a business owner. I'll say, how's the business going? Are you doing okay? Obviously, you called this trying to, find some new customers. What are you struggling with? Is it tight over there? Are you stressed? Whatever I can do to get them to talk to me. And once they kind of lower their guard, and all this I'm saying makes me sound slimy, but I genuinely feel for them when they tell me something that I'm like, oh man, I've been through that. I know what that feels like, and you just start talking. And then another thing I use is I used to do a radio talk show here in Kansas City. So I would interview athletes all the time. And I got to be very good at interviews. And part of what you do in an interview is you ask the question, you sit back, and of course, you have questions planned, but you listen to what they're answering. You have to listen very carefully. And in their response to you, they will often say something that might generate a new question or a new direction. So I genuinely take notes while they're talking. I write down things. I mean, I have this by my side the whole time. And like most of these are just pages of notes I took during a discovery call. And when somebody's talking to me, if they say something, I'm like, oh, I can talk on that. I write it down. But I'll listen to what they're saying. So if I ask them, have you ever worked with another agency before? Yeah, I have. Well, tell me about that. How did it go? And they start telling you, and and they will. if it didn't go well, they'll tell you what went, and you can sometimes put what went wrong, what happened, why aren't you still with them? Well, like this guy I just signed the other day, he was telling me, the guy he was a little shit, and he took $25,000 of my money, didn't bring me one result, not one result. And then that allows me to say, good Lord, $25,000. I mean, how long did you work with him? 3 months, $25,000 in 3 months. That's what it cost, and I can make that sound like I'm nowhere near that. And then that also opens up the door for me to say something like, well, I have a guarantee. So I want you to know it's not going to be $25,000, but I'm going to work with you until you've at least paid me off. It just brings in the opportunity. If you ask the questions in the discovery call and really listen to what their responses are, you can respond to those responses with things that you can add benefit to or find personal ground. But I always start every discovery call with just a little small talk. How was your day? How's things going? Are you a solopreneur? Do you have business partners? And just I try to find something to get them to talk to me.
Okay.
And once they get to talking,
Right.
game's on.
A lot of valuable tips, and I think a lot of what Jeremy's sharing is like obviously just like stuff that's worked for him, and he's done a lot of these reps. Um, Another thing I just wrote down is is there's a guy, his name's Shadi, and he is one of the very first people I shared this Experience 60 sales funnel. And I remember he did like 30 calls, man. He did so many, and it just, he was always like getting close. And then he said, Kushik, and then he just closed. And then he closed another one. And he was like, I was like, well, what's the difference now? He's like, I was watching myself doing all those sales calls at the very beginning, and I was somebody that I was behaving like somebody that I wasn't. And so I was using your technique, I was using your script, I was using your stuff, and then I just switched it and I just became myself. I just did it my way. And it just worked for me. And so sometimes that's the solution as well. And another thing I wrote down that's part of that is just like, is there maybe other training or other people that you can reference that might help you, right? Like, have you checked out other training by other you like maybe on YouTube or other people, other educators by any chance, Rodarte, like to see other styles or anything like straight line selling, the Wolf of Wall Street, stuff like that.
I've seen, I don't know who they are, just like on YouTube videos, I couldn't even tell you. I've definitely seen a lot of Hormozis. I've watched the demos on the seven figure agencies, like the Zoom calls there, and then obviously a bunch of YouTube videos, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head like whose videos I was watching.
Is there anyone that like you feel like you gravitate towards? Do you feel like this style that we
I
have
I
to gravitate towards or something else?
um I would say like well, Hormozy stuff I just like eat up, and same thing with Gary. I mean, I don't know if Gary Vee's more sales or not, but I like Gary Vee videos. And then but I will say that I did feel when I first watched Joel's video, or I don't think it was Joel, it was the guy who works with him, the guy I think he's Israeli, and he was talking about how he's struggling at first, and like then it clicked. When I first started doing my sales calls after that, I did find myself like trying to just like do exactly what he did, and then I'm definitely more relaxed. And once I've become more relaxed, is when I started getting the good feedback in the demo, like, oh man, this is great. Like honestly, this sounds great, and it's just like all that stuff, but then just doesn't translate to closing. So I've definitely seen a difference, and that's why I'm still optimistic. And I know like it just takes two clients to pay me up front for 3 months, and I'm set. Or like as far as like the ad spend and um income, but yeah, it's just I'm not in a place where I'm like uh discouraged. I'm like every demo call is like I'm like okay, the next one, the next one, the next one.
Are you working through the financial objection stuff that Cole's laid out, or have you not been doing
I've
that?
I've tried. It's still like the last time I did it, it came out a little clumsy and I kind of like fumbled it a little bit. But yeah, I've worked it in. I definitely need more practice with it.
Hmm, okay. What do you think the problem is? Like, okay, so essentially what we're doing here is like we're going off tangent, but like you asked about emails, and what I'm just simply telling you is like the bottleneck is the bottleneck.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it happen. We had a guy, his name's Jacob. Love Jacob to death. Mason knows him. He just posted inside the Facebook group a few months ago, so he had like 20,000 per month or something, doing something different. But when he was with us, no matter what I did, I just couldn't drill sales into him. I couldn't, no matter what. And then he learned from somebody else. But the reason I'm sharing all this stuff with you is like he had the 6 for 6 sales funnel, then we built another funnel, and then we built another funnel, and it was always the same issue. And so it took me like months to realize like what's going on with this guy. And it's because no matter what traffic source we used, whether we post on Facebook, and we did everything, man. We post in Facebook groups, ads, everything, and just he just wasn't finding success, and it was always the sales part. So that's why I'm ultimately leading to telling you what I'm telling you. And so I'm spending more time on the sales aspect of it as opposed to like, let's look at these other marketing channels. I understand the fact that hey, it's cheaper, but it's going to take you, you know, 5 times longer to get your money back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of just yeah. Um, so anyways, I just wanted to kind of explain that before I go deeper into this, which is like, what do you think the issue is?
Um, I
And when
don't
I
know,
say
man. Honestly, I haven't really gone back and watched many of my sales calls. I probably should, and just kind of see. It's like once it's recorded, like I've had some like they're more in the beginning ones that were just so cringy, especially like my very first one ever. God, I need to like take a hot shower, just want like just scald it off my body. But like yeah, like they're definitely getting better. And I have them there for I don't know. They're just stacking up at this point, but I haven't gone back and watched them yet. So as far as like what do I think it is, I thought it was. I know this is. I know you're gonna disagree, but I thought it was like price point. But I know you're like, nope, that's not it. It's if they're sold on it, price doesn't matter. So I know that. Um, so I guess it's just conviction. I thought maybe is like I don't have the social proof. Um, but I'm gonna be trying to send them the video you said to send ahead of time of the testimonial. Like, hey, Cam was just like you, and here's his video of like his story, and then also trying to I haven't done a good job of people who are no shows. I don't really like track them down. I haven't. Just kind of like, well, I guess that was that. But I think I'm implementing a system where like if they're a discovery no show, they're gonna go through this automation. If they're a demo no show, they're gonna go through this automation, and hopefully like kind of I get some more second chances with these.
yeah. Um, yeah. I think it's good that you're doing those automations, those things. Those definitely will help in terms of like squeezing out more profit because you're not letting money kind of fall through, your hands. Um, but there's something going on with sales, man. There's something going on. Yeah, price does affect things, but not this rate. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I would say, in terms of what I can do is like, just let me know which sales call to review and we'll take it from there.
Okay,
I'll
do you want to review one that didn't close or one that I did close or like
I
a
want
good
to
one?
I want
that-
to review one that you feel like you did everything. Like you follow the process and this way like that the most important thing is like what I've come to learn in terms of sales is one, you have to have a proven process. Two, it's about just reviewing game day tape, and then three, role playing. Like that, those are the three ways that you get better at sales. That's it. Those are the only three things you can do.
Okay.
That's it. And so the first one is like I just want to see that you're following a proven script. And then this way I can tell you objectively, oh, here's how you're interpreting the script, and here's what you're doing different. I think that's what I can where we can start. So that's what I want to see. I want to see something that you felt like you did it pretty much to a T. Ideally, it's a better call, but that's not how I'm going to make the judgment. The judgment is not based off of how good the call. It's like how close were you to following the script?
Okay, so you want me to do the closest one I followed, choose the closest sales call that I followed the script?
Yeah.
Okay.
And ideally, it's not a shit show, right? Ideally, it's a decent call as well.
Yeah.
Ideally.
A
And
client that you think you should have closed.
yeah, that would be a good one. It's like somebody that you feel like I followed the fucking script. He was sellable. Why the fuck did I not close this deal?
That
I
was like
think
the
that,
last like two or three, honestly.
okay,
Like
good.
yeah.
Yeah, good. Then I would say, why don't you review them? Because you
Yeah.
should be doing that by the way yourself, right?
Yeah.
And then why don't you let me and Mason know when you have one, and then from there I'll review one of those.
Okay. Got it.
Cool.
Yep.
Um, anything else you got for me before I pass on to Mason?
No, I just have to do the call in 30 minutes or 27
Oh,
minutes.
okay, okay. In that case, do you want us to do this, or do you want to like prep for your stuff?
I don't need to prep, but I don't want to rush Mason either. So I mean, my
It wouldn't take me long at all, literally maybe
okay.
like a minute, just because
Okay.
it's like a super simple formula. Like I can share my screen and just show you four examples, and as long as you copy that or have something similar, then that's basically it. There's not too much like crazy behind it.
Okay.
Um, so I'll just share my screen, and then I'll just show you just four different examples. So just so I know, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my Instagram. You'll kind of notice a pattern. Basically, these are the highlights. Basically, everybody, you're always going to want to have like a client wins one, and then anything else after that, you can kind of just do whatever you want. A lot of people, what they do is they kind of have like that personal life aspect. So, kind of what Jeremy's saying in the beginning of the sales calls when he's saying he's talking about the Chiefs and stuff along the lines of that. You would show like, that type of stuff to show that you're a real person. But basically, the way the formula works is for your handle, use something pretty like easy, complex. Try not to use any what are they called? Underscores, numbers, that type of stuff. If your brand has a number in the name of it, it's fine, whatever. But basically what I do is I just put my name. I have a partner, so I put her name as well. But basically what I do is I put my name and then kind of what I am or what my title would be. So the reason you do that is because when you go into Instagram and you just search like HVAC businesses or something along the lines of that, if you have basically Daniel Rodarte, and then you have this line here and it says like HVAC marketer, then they're gonna be like, okay, I know who this guy is, and they know where you're getting at their profile. So it just helps in terms of that, and it helps the algorithm basically show more of your stuff to HVAC business owners because they know that's kind of the regimen or place that you're in. Then basically what I do is I just say this is what I do. It's kind of like what you do, the result you'll get, and then more information down below on how to actually contact you. So for me, I'd say we help women with long-term health. This is the result we'll get you. Click the button a little to figure out how. And then it's just basically populating that formula. So this is a guy, he just basically does ads, teaches ads, but basically just has his name. His name is the profile. Uh, what he helps you do. And then he has a VSL. It's basically a video sales letter. I don't know if you guys have seen like my thank you page, which I posted in the chat earlier, or like Amon's thank you page, but there's a video probably between like 10 to 20 minutes long. It just talks about more of the methodology of how you help your clients. And then he just has a link to that. Just another thing. Oh, something I should mention. Do not have your profile picture a picture of your logo. Have it a picture of your face. Okay, so I should have mentioned that, but here, here. I put this one in as well, but just because this is a businesses that does flooring, so they don't have really necessarily a face of the business, but it's good to show your face. But it's the same thing. What you do, what the result they're gonna get, and then a call to action. And as long as you continuously do that, you'll be fine, as well as again having that client wins down below and having your testimonials here so they can kind of scroll through as well. So what I would do if I was you, Daniel, is I would have this a page inside of your funnel. Um, Maybe you don't have a VSL yet, but for example, what I would do is I would say to learn, like click the link below to learn more, and then have this a link to schedule a call with you. So maybe your discovery call.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do if I were you. But basically it just follows that same formula over and over and over and over again.
Okay.
But that's basically it.
Good stuff. Thank you
Cool.
for thank you for sharing, Mason. Um,
Yep.
yeah, I saw I saw your ad. It's like the middle of the night. I click on it. I go, why is your page all about videography, bro? Where's the HVAC stuff? Um,
Yeah.
good Rodarte. We just got this message from Riviera for the new ad that we're we created, and it looks like it's pumping. So we had like 3 book calls as soon as he launched it. So in my experience, whenever you have a good ad that is proven, it just works right away. So you could probably model that ad as well. So
Hey, Koshi,
yep.
early on there, I was sending a text message to this lady trying to see if she was going to show up. But you were talking about a Loom video with a new video technique for ads and stuff like that. I was just catching the tail end of that. Is that something you've already shared or you're getting ready to share?
Yeah, so I'm getting ready to share, and I don't know exactly what format I want to do. I kind of almost just want to do like a module, and I just want to share like these winning ad formulas. And so each video will like just go over a formula, like the
Okay.
Alex Becker formula, the problem. So basically, there's this guy. His name's Prab Manga. I've talked about him a lot. He has an agency, and I caught a YouTube video, and in that YouTube video, there's a specific segment where he says, "Hey, one of the things that's absolutely crushing it for us is a case study ad, and it goes something like this." And he's like kind of, so I listened very carefully, and I kind of like wrote it down, and then I'm like, "Huh, I bet I could probably find it on YouTube." And the reason it caught my attention is because he said that he's doing 500,000 per month with that ad per
That's
month.
where I started listening. I heard that.
That's what I was listening to. So I went on Facebook Ads Library and down the rabbit hole, and I saw all the ads, and he had like 3 variations of that. And so basically, I created this video lesson where I just took you guys through the ad and went all the way through it. The thing is, I don't know if I want to share this because I go all the way through the funnel versus like just making it intensive just about the ad. Um, so I will share this. I will be sharing this, but this is something that worked really well. And then I created a different type of ad formula with Riviera. This is more like an Alex Becker style. So both of these are working really well. So you basically should have 2 more ads in your arsenal for your agency.
Okay.
Want to model these. So but yeah. Does that answer your
So
question? Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask about Rivera's message. So you say he just messaged you that now?
Yeah, so this is the I'll go and just play it if you guys want to check it
Yeah,
out.
I've seen the. Yeah, you can play for everyone else. I've seen it. I think this one.
HVAC owner. Running an HVAC business has never been more challenging. The leads you're getting from companies like Angie.
Wait, do you guys listen to stuff at 2x speed or is 2x speed too fast for you?
It's fine for me. I've seen it. I do sometimes. Sometimes I don't.
I'll just play at 1x speed.
HVAC owner. Running an HVAC business has never been more challenging. The leads you're getting from companies like Angie's List and Thumbtack are shopped around at every contractor in your area, leaving you competing on price rather than value. These low quality leads waste your time and money, making it harder for your business to grow. Chances are your margins are feeling the squeeze. I'm willing to bet that more than ever, your sales calls are ending with, "We don't have the budget right now," or "Let me think about it," which you and I both know usually means no. But what if I told you I created a system that generates 5 to 10 qualified leads for HVAC services every single day, turning those hundreds of leads into 20 paying clients each month? I'm talking homeowners who are actively looking for HVAC services, even in today's economy. What if I told you my system doesn't require you to waste time on expensive, outdated marketing tactics? You don't need to hire a big team, invest in complex systems, or spend hours cold calling and following up with uninterested leads. Look, I know what you're thinking, but check this out. The average HVAC business owner that we work with adds 60,000 monthly recurring revenue to their business within just 60 days. For instance, this is Matt, a small HVAC business owner who closed over $20,000 worth of service deals within 2 weeks of launching our system.
So I was wasting some money on pay-per-click ads and Google ads and you name it, and it's freaking burning a hole in my pocket. But after switching over you guys, man, you guys have just been killing it with our stuff. And 20K in 2 weeks from just installs, and it's only going up from here. I mean, I have a lot to look forward to. Yes.
Then there's David, who locked in 6K in new installs in just 2 days. This is Sarah, who within just a few months added over 6 figures in profit to her business, turning her slow seasons into her most profitable yet. And here's Carlos, a seasoned HVAC owner who is relying on word of mouth before trying our system. He just had a 10K day in sales. So as you can see, we've helped HVAC owners of all sizes, from small family businesses to larger operations, and they're all thriving right now. And the one thing they all have in common, they're all using a simple inbound client acquisition system that I built from the ground up. So if you'd like to join 37 other HVAC professionals doing an average of $60,000 a month, then click the button below to schedule a call with myself. Chat with you soon.
There you go. That's it. what was the question? Or was it just like, hey, let's just check that out real quick?
I guess he didn't answer. He didn't type in like the cost per lead, I guess, is what my question
Oh, okay,
was
okay.
was gonna be.
Yeah, I would assume it's doing pretty well because he doesn't spend that much on paid ads.
Mhm.
He's not quite there at that level where he's yeah. So I would assume he's probably getting him for like if I were guessing like $30 for a book call or something like that. But I'll message him and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
The testimonial he had playing in there, and I'm only asking this because of, you and I've had long conversations about social proof, and the template or the presentation template is that, we use, examples of people that they may be not really people we've worked with. Is that really a customer testimonial, or is he faking?
He, yeah, same thing we spoke about. Same thing we spoke about. Yeah. Just have a placeholder for it
Right,
before he plugs his own stuff in.
right.
And he actually, because I know you're big into AI, he actually used AI for that.
Yeah, well, the reason I think I asked is because I looked at the picture and the voice, and I don't know if they match, but that's just me.
Uh,
And as far as the photos, you know which like how you got those photos? No.
and ask him, no. No. We can ask him though.
Okay.
Yeah. So Rodarte, what else you got for us, man? Anything else?
That's it. I'm hoping to close this one here, but yeah, that's all I got for today.
Cool. All right. So in that case, I'll let you know when I hear more in terms of um cost per lead for Riviera. So I will let you know when I hear back. And then I'll be looking for a sales call to review.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate the help. All right. See you.
See you, man. Mr. Jeremy. I know you gotta get going too.
Yeah, she's not.
Oh,
I turned my camera off. I even called and left a message for her. She's not responding to anything, so I don't have high hopes, but I might jump off of here like it in 5 minutes, or rather 5 till 6 my time, 5 till 7 your time, and hop on the Zoom call and see if she'll show up. And if she doesn't, I'll just jump back in. But I just so you, I've got a great. It's gonna suck if she doesn't show up because she and I had a really good conversation, and I had a whole bunch of good ideas based on the discovery call. And immediately after we got off the call, I created some packages that I thought would be winning for her. Amon gave me some ideas, and um, I just think I came up with some really creative stuff for her, which I'll just save for other people if she doesn't want to use it. But um, that's the other thing I think I would tell Rodarte is just, he's going to get so much more and more comfortable in it. But the thing you said probably helped me as well. Amon gave me his script. You gave me sample scripts. I think Cam had given me a sample script. And, when I was doing the 6 weeks and six funnels, the 6-figure, 6 funnel, 6 week funnel, I was literally like going through that script, almost, I maybe word it my way, but I had it up on the screen and was watching it. It kind of stifled me because I felt like the very first time I ever interviewed anybody on the radio, the guy's name was Ron Newman. He was the very first, what is now the Sporting Kansas City soccer team. Back then was called the Kansas City Wiz, believe it or not, Wiz. And they would play the Dallas Burn. So you would have the Wiz Burn playing each other on the radio. Anyway, he was the first guy I ever interviewed. And I just came in with like a sheet of 10 questions I wanted to ask him. And no matter what he said to each question, I asked the next question on my list. And I had a friend who, much like you, had been doing this a lot longer. And he's like, man, I think your interview was okay, but I could tell you weren't hearing what he was saying. And so something about that memory, he's still a friend of mine. He does drive time radio here in Kansas City. I put the script away. I kind of did the Luke Skywalker thing and put it away and used the force. And just like, look, I see the 10 questions I'm supposed to ask here, or whatever it is. And I just put the questions out. And then I just used my own words to get to those questions based on how they were talking. So I have them in order 1 through 10 or whatever it is, but that just the conversation would dictate what question I asked next. And it just allowed me to kind of be free. And then I was hearing what they were saying back, and I was hearing buying signals or the things like you talked about, like creating that gap or building a dream scenario for them, and you could just throw little words and phrases in there. That just really helps. Of course, I say all that and I'm probably getting ready to get ghosted, but that's how it goes. I tried to fire myself from Alpita today, Koshi. I don't remember the first day I started working for her, but I have worked literally 1, 2, 3 hours for her every day since then, sometime in November, minus Thanksgiving. And even that day, she texted me. So I just, she sent me an email last night at like 10:30, which caused me to, I was so mad, not mad, just like, I can't believe she's asking this. She wanted me, I've got everything set up. It's beautiful. But now she wants to set up a follow-up procedure where a virtual assistant logs into Go High Level 3 times a day and makes phone calls 3 times a day for 8 days after somebody leaves a lead. So I was just, she's paying me $1,000 a month. I said, and I just told her, I said, she and I talked before she bought from me that she told me about this company who wanted to do her stuff and was going to make phone calls for 7 days in a row. And I told her that I can't do that for $1,000 a month. I could do one call and then we could do the rest on automations. But she kept pushing it. And then she sent me an email last night saying she wanted 3 times a day for 8 days in a row. And if if you imagine that, the first 4 or 5 days I ran ads for, I had 42 leads. So imagine after 8 days, you're going to have 60, 70 phone calls you got to make. And then that just keeps rolling over into the next 8 days. And then, I told her that's unrealistic, Alpita. We're going to have 10 virtual assistants in a month calling all day, every day to get every one of these people called because you're going to have a list of 1,000 people. We can't do it. And I just told her I felt like we were headed for a car wreck, that I really like her. I like working for her, but I can't provide that. And, she told me that she has another company that called her the other day, is offering exactly what she wants for $1,000 a month with phone calls for 7 days after. And they already work with people doing semaglutide and tirzepatide, and they've done this they got 20 companies and they know how to get the results. And I just told her, well, listen, I've been honest with you enough to tell you that I've never done this type of work for tirzepatide and semaglutide. So you and I are just kind of like blind rats trying to find some cheese in a room. This company, for the same price, is telling you they already know how to do it. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you want to work with them. We can just call it a day now. I have learned so much from you. You've learned hopefully a lot from me. And I just kept trying to push it that way because I just didn't see, I told her, I said, if we can get to a point where I'm not spending 2 or 3 hours a day on your funnel and automations making changes that you think of overnight, or we're not tracking 3 cent text from Go High Level and where that's coming from, and then I probably could afford a couple of assistants for you, but I can't, not the way we're doing it now. And anyway, it seemed like we were starting to pat, and I passed part ways, and I started feeling this pressure starting to come off my chest, just kind of like you predicted. And she just did a U-turn and said, no, you know what, Jeremy, I like working with you too much. We've come so far. I just want to keep going with you. I was like, ah. And it kind of started dawning on me, maybe there isn't another company, that she's using it as leverage on me, trying to get me to bend to what she wants. And so we got off the phone amicably, and I told her I'd keep working on some stuff. And sure enough, about 2 hours later, she called me and said, I just got off the phone with this marketing company, which that's all they're called, is marketing company. I don't know their name. And said that, well, now they're telling me their VAs aren't even trained yet, and they still got to get them on board. And like you're just using that as leverage. You're trying to pressure me into it, and so I just held my ground. I just said, "Look, Peter, we'll get these launched. I'll be happy to be your virtual assistant. My wife is going to lose her job on Friday. She can be your virtual assistant for a week or so. But when this turns into a thing where we're making phone calls for 2 hours a day, it's got to stop." And so she agreed and told me at that point she'd be willing to potentially hire her own virtual assistants. So we'll see how it goes. But I think she really enjoys working with me. And I think maybe part of the reason she enjoys working with me is I think I'm good at working with people who are high touch, who are high maintenance. I just have patience. I like to learn. I always feel like they're going to push something that I've never heard before or seen before. And I like figuring that stuff out. And I always feel like, some of the things you've told me is, hey, you put that in your back pocket, and next time you'll know.
Yeah.
And so I just feel like but at this point, I feel like I'm kind of I've gotten all the experience from her that.
That's the key. That's the key. And that's what I literally wrote down, which is like, you're saying what you're saying with the wife and 2 hours, but like I would not even offer that. I mean, I guess like you offered it and you're nice, but you really have to just train your mind, or like you have to love yourself first before you can love other people, right? And so the love for yourself is like where's the limit in terms of me learning as much as I can from this person?
Yeah, I
Says
feel like I'm at that spot. I
that's so
can't. What I've learned with building a funnel and some of the stuff that I've found in this has just been fantastic. And Mason has shown me some things. Amon has shown me some things where I was a month ago with Go High Level, and my knowledge around that and building ads out of Facebook is night and day. I don't feel like I don't feel scared about either one of them anymore. I don't feel intimidated. I know where to go now to get the answers because Mason, I know, is the Jedi Master. Amon is the Jedi Master with the med spas. I know, and then you're, of course, Yoda on the Jedi Council managing them. So I just feel really comfortable with you guys as my resources. Um, and I believe in the system well enough at this point to think, look, it's okay to let her go because I'll find another one.
exactly.
And
If I were you, you just had to be careful, man. Like you said that you're kind of somebody that deals with people that are high touch points. My mind is right away going to the lawyer. So for me, when you told me about the lawyer that's paying you per month, and I was like, that sounds kind of like a pain in the ass. We gotta get rid of that guy. And I
yeah,
see you deal with LP. I'm like, how does
I'm
this
right.
guy have patience for that? I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, but my main thing is just again, if I were you, you want to how could you learn from this? Okay, here's how you could learn from, because it seems like you're in the learning phase. You're very similar to now, Amon's very much like I want to learn, I want to learn. So I'm sensing that from you as well. Like I'm really sensing that through your words. And so if you really want to learn, how would you learn? You would learn by hiring the VA just to hire the VA.
Yeah,
So what you could do is you could start baking in her mind, hey, look, here, and so you position a way where you're doing her a favor. Instead of saying, hey, look, you got to hire a VA, it's like, okay, I'll tell you what, Alpita, I'll tell you what, look, you don't need to pay me another single dime. I don't want anything else, but I want to make sure you're good to go. So what I'll do is I'll go and find a VA, I'll train the VA, all this stuff. Or maybe you bake it in where you say, hey, look, just cover the cost of 1 month so that I don't feel bad about the time and energy. And then after that, it's all pure profit for you. Something like that. And now, boom, you're learning that skill set. That's what
yeah.
I would do for
Well,
you.
that was I spent probably an hour today outside of. There's another problem she's struggling with right now, but I spent about an hour trying to figure out a VA to hire, and that's why I came to the conclusion, like, look, it'll be my wife and me for now. My wife's going to be free, so and I got her permission first, but I did spend some time. So I thought one of my questions, and I didn't put it in there, was, if you all know of a good place to get a VA, if you know a website or a good agency, I'm willing to give that a shot. I'll spend the 2 or 300 or whatever, but I didn't find anything online that stood out.
Go into the Joel Kaplan course and see if you can find something in there. I don't know if there's something in there. I
Okay.
haven't through it. Another thing is going inside some of those Facebook groups that I recommend at the very beginning when we initially started. Go inside some of those Facebook groups and say, "Hey guys, where do you hire VAs?" Damn near most of them are going to tell you they've got something out in the Philippines.
That's
And,
what, yeah,
and so you don't want to find somebody in the States. You want to find somebody out in the Philippines.
yeah.
That would be what I would start with. And then from there, just like learn that. And then from there, I would say after you have learned that, me and Aman are in the stage where we're exploring AI. And then, maybe we can compare and contrast our stuff with your stuff and we can all learn together from there.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
but yeah,
I do feel like I've reached other
level of
than the VA, which, now you've got me kind of peaked with that because your brain went right where mine was, which was, well, maybe I can learn this process, and just keep milking, not milking because she's getting a lot out of me, but milking her for this knowledge that the next time, like I said, I've already changed my discovery call to include questions like, do you have a staff who can nurture? Do you have a virtual assistant? So that these don't come up again. And then I've created different packages that, when it comes time, I'll offer it based on what they've told me they need. So in my notes, if I see they don't have a staff, they don't have a virtual assistant, I know they're going to need it. So my price changes and I offer that package. So there are things like that I've learned from her. And like I said, what I've learned in Facebook ads and Go High Level is like that stuff's priceless. I mean, I see people making money just offering coaching on Go High Level,
Yeah.
Mason. So you could maybe make more money doing that. Anyway, I got to jump on here and see if she's going to be there. I might be back in 15 minutes. By the way, Mason, I saw you accepted my friend request on Facebook. I was sitting in my wife's boutique this week fixing up Alpida's funnel. I was like, oh, Mason. So I went on there and I scrolled down and saw some of your story. Holy cow, man. Wow. Very impressive.
Talking about you're talking about the lung stuff?
Yeah, I read your
Yeah,
mom's
that
letter
was
and was
nutty,
just,
man.
I'm a dad and I got 2 kids. I'm just reading that from the perspective of a parent saying, please pray for my son and trying to think about what she would have been going through and where you are now and like some before and after pictures you had there. Wow. If you haven't done like a little video to your future son so he can watch that and learn that, man, you ought to do it because that was,
That's why my niche is fitness.
yeah, very impressive. I was just kind of blown away with that. Koshik, I don't know if you've accepted my friend request yet. I saw that on Facebook last week, but you never did click it. So we'll see. Maybe you've got some inspiring story that I'll hype up next week. I'll be back, guys, probably in about 10 minutes because she's not responding. See you in a minute.
Yeah.
Bye.
What else do we got? I think I'm on your next. Yes. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling. How you doing?
I've been trying to build these reports so we can look at the numbers. I've been doing like person by person, so definitely been, because like I'll like sometimes do things at a high level where I like can look at automations and see, okay, this is how many bookings she has, this is how many this she has, but then I can't see things like how many of them, they tried to call, how many of them, answered, but then said, can you call me back later? So I'm trying to like get as very detailed. On like a sample size, of course, like it takes forever just to do 50 leads, but I think it's going in a direction and maybe we can just like look at where it's currently at and then maybe see like, okay, get more of this data or see if we can get more of this data. So if you want, I can like just share my screen and we can just so let me start. So there's a bunch of tabs down here. This is like the old way from Babblash that we talked about. So this is when she would try to book them for an appointment and then try to sell them. This is the new way, where she's trying to text them everything with like the package and all that, like before they come in. And then this is the AI way. So I'm building this right now. Basically, when I check mark these different stages, it'll kind of like update automatically over here. Um, this is my transformation wellness clinic, the Alicia one. So this is her old way so far, and then this is the current AI one that since we've been reporting it. So, do you want me to just start with Favelash, or where do you want me to start?
Yeah. Do we have any people that have paid that we can like see their data, like their history, or is that something else? Is that like on another sheet, or is that something we have to get to? Because I like what you're showing me. I'm just curious about that right now. Just real
People
quick.
that we have paid?
So, like, let's say, for example, we have like 50 leads, and then like John Doe becomes a customer. Do you
Uh,
have John Doe's history from A to Z so I can see his
mhm.
entire history?
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
somebody
I
that,
have that for Favelash.
okay, maybe let's check that out and see kind of what you got there.
Cool. So this one I did a sample of 50 leads. So it was about from August 1st to the 21st. And then it was like about $1,000 ad spend here. So with these 50 leads, so basically how I broke it up was none of these are previous clients. I think the way I filtered it out was all new people. So first I saw did they respond to the text message? Did they have a full conversation with the AI? Did they book a phone call at any point? And they can like, maybe they don't respond to the AI, but then maybe Karen goes in and says, "Hey, would you like me to call this time?" So they may be responding to AI. They may be under book call, but not full AI text. But a lot of times if they're have a full AI text, they're under book call as well. Um, did they answer the phone when for any point, whether it was like calling right away or it was after it was a book call? Um, did they ask to call back at a later time? Did they answer it when they actually called back? And I don't think any of them really did. Um, did they book through text? So Karen's just saying, "Hey, would you like to set an appointment for tomorrow?" How many of them booked through calls? Did they pay a deposit? Um, and then for those who showed up, how much did they spend the first time, second time, third time? So I have that. So I don't know if this is like this one was the best example because I remember August, she was getting like a bunch of bookings and stuff, but then in this one there's like five bookings, two show ups, um but this is like currently what those numbers look like. So about 68% actually responded to the text message, which was kind of cool. Um, eight became like, went through the entire AI process where it's like a bunch of like conversation. Nine booked a phone call, six answered the calls, about 12%, and then total bookings was about five out of those 50, and then two showed up. And then this is how much was for these two combined, about 1,000, and then post those appointments, about 1,500. At least for the sample size.
Okay.
This is
So,
like pretty um like aligned with like gym launch, I think.
okay. So if we do the math then, what's our cost per acquisition?
So I guess show ups. This one was like 500, which is crazy.
Do you think that's average? Do you not think that's average? Because you did say like, hey, this is maybe not along the lines of what is typical. Do you feel like this data, because
Um,
obviously we want to use data that we feel like would be typical, right? Um,
right. Let's see. I've done stuff with her before, I think, where I tried to crunch in her numbers. Let me see what that looks like. Her cost per. So this one was what? Um, yeah, I mean, cost per show up here was like 380. I feel like her booking rate is like pretty low actually. And going through them like one by one, I feel like, um, yeah, I just wasn't seeing like as high as I thought for her.
so so you're saying, so I guess like should we be looking at here's my thing. Should we be looking at this data or should we be looking at something else? That's my question. So
Mm,
I wanna see I want to plug it into like the Hormozy 2X thing that we spoke about recently, see if it
right.
meets. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, I guess like if I'm seeing like at one point when I was crunching numbers, if I'm seeing around like 380 cost per show up. And then here for a sample size of 50, I'm seeing around 500, cost per show up. I feel like it's probably like average like 400 realistically.
What should I put down? Do you think I should put down 400 or do I
Yeah,
think
like 400.
so 400? And then the thing is, you got to figure out the cost of goods, right? So that's one thing that's super important. I'm
Okay.
information.
That was what?
I'm guessing you don't have that information yet.
No, not yet. I can get that.
Can we maybe like search that in Chat GPT really quick and see if we can just like find that information? Like, what is the average cost
Right.
for a med spa to acquire, 0.25 milligram? Or what is the, profit margin when a medical spa? I don't know how you would phrase it. Yeah. What is the cost? What is the cost?
Cost of service.
Cost of the product.
At like point
Uh,
five.
0.25 milligrams. 0.25 milligram dose.
Something like that. See what comes
Yeah.
up. Oh, we got two answers here.
Any sound effects such as the source side.
I guess we have to look at like vials and stuff.
So compound is what we're looking for. Some med spas offer compound semaglutide, which can be more cost effective. Push offers 0.2 offer. So okay. So their cost is $149 for a month. That's a weekly shot. Hello offers, yeah, so 150-ish, that sounds about right. And then also what's interesting about this, and you might want to confirm this with Jeremy if he hops back in here, but he said his client makes about $100 per month. So that goes to show you, so again, whatever he's charging, whatever they're charging, minus their cost is about $100.
Okay.
So and I think these numbers are in line with what, that makes sense. Because I think they're charging like 150 or 160 a month or something like that. All right, so that means $400 plus 150. So you're all in 400 plus 150 times 2. Yeah, so that means we gotta that's 1,110. That's 1,100.
1,100.
So we gotta get our LTV to be 1,100 within 30 days.
Well, here she collected 2,500. Um,
So
well, I
so
guess I don't know if that was in 30 days, but
yeah. So
because she
cost effective-
collected 480 here, about like 500-ish here. So that's about almost 1,000. And then September, that was about a month later. Did another month package.
So $450 cost of goods to service a client times 2. So 1,100 is what she wants to collect from every client within 30 days on average. So how much did she collect within 30 days here?
Um, let's see. So here she's collected 2,500. I'll say maybe, yeah, about a month because maybe if I take away 1,480 here, because this was like 2 months later, but this was a little bit less than a month later, and then this was the next 4 weeks after this appointment. So maybe like it'd be like 560 minus, let me see. So it'd be like, so she paid 147 plus 330 upfront. And then about within the month, within like a month time, she paid another 480 plus 30. So 987 for this client within a month.
Okay.
And then for her, do 480 plus 50 plus around like 560. Maybe that's about 1,090. But it's probably a little bit less than that if you count it within a 30-day period.
So yeah, these numbers are not too shabby then. We're pretty much hitting them. Yeah,
Okay.
good.
And this is with a low booking rate too, I feel, because I feel like it's pretty low and I mean, I guess five, yeah, because this is like the 10%. She, I think the people through the call who, yeah, I think I remember there was like one more that came in, like she paid the deposit, but she like found out she was pregnant. So, I'm sure that person only came in too.
Yeah. So as I'm looking at this, I mean, the bottleneck that I'm seeing, there's no, the sales level and what she's charging all that stuff is fantastic. Like the sales
Yeah.
level is fantastic. If anything, what do we do? Can we work on like, can we work, so 30, so what did you say is low? Is the booked rate, the people that actually book and show up? Is that what you're saying is low?
I would just say the show up rate, like, or the show ups in general, like however many clients you got from 50 leads, I would say is,
So five, if you have like 10 bookings and like five show up, that's normal. So if you
yeah,
have five bookings and then two show up, that's normal. So I'm not worried about that show up rate.
right.
I'm not worried about booking to show up. So what is the conversion before that we're worried about? Is it people that are even agreeing to show up? Is that maybe the bottleneck?
No, because I mean, it seems like anyone that she got on the phone, well, I guess answered phone calls. Yeah, it's like 4 out of 6, agreed
So,
to appointment.
so six people answer the phone call and then four people actually agree. So that's a good number as well.
Yeah.
So the bottleneck is just getting people to like have a conversation. That's the bottleneck.
Honestly, yeah, like the more pickups she gets, then I think the better.
Yeah. If
Like
we
I was
look,
looking at the new way and it was so painful because she was like they were having a conversation with the AI. They would say something like, "What are your prices like?" And then she would send the whole package and then they would stop replying. There was probably like 5 times I saw that happen where they just stopped replying after she sent the package price, or she would book the phone consultation, send the entire package over, and then they wouldn't answer. And so I'm like, man, she is shooting herself in the foot here.
right.
Um, let me
So
see.
that if we consider that, then the conversion rate is all the way at the sales level where she's really screwing up. Versus now she's not. Over here, she wasn't screwing up.
Because here it looks like she's getting 162. Also, my cost per lead was like half for the same, like way less for the same amount of leads. I think we ran a different ad around this time. We did testimonial, so the cost per acquisition went down, even though the conversions was actually pretty similar. The ones she like did get on a call, I believe she booked. The two show ups I think are the ones that she got on a call.
So
I don't know how.
so all it is, man, is like just getting people to pick up the phone call. That's all it is. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. This whole thing. There's literally no issue. Again, we have to compare this to the 6 week challenge to see if we're more profitable than them. Um, but that's it, man. So like I guess it goes back to like the bot and stuff and or what else can we, it goes back to the bot and it goes back to maybe some things that we can say to bait them into picking up. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking about. What can we text them or bait them? Like, hey, I don't know. I don't know if there's a giveaway. I don't know what the hell we can say or do to bait them into that.
Yeah, I know. I haven't finished crunching the numbers for this one, but it seemed like the people who were answering the calls, maybe it was a little bit less when I said like, "Hey, look out from a call from this number." I thought that would help, and maybe it will if I compare. But I think with um her, the pickup rate's like 43%, and
Who?
um
This is Alicia.
for transformation, this is Alicia. And that one, I'm not saying like, hey, look out for my call. I'm just like I'm sending a text, like my normal AI text. That's like, hey, this is Alicia, whatever. But I'm doing like also I figured out a way to double dial with the AI, so maybe that's helped too. Even though a lot of these people picked up on the first call. Um,
So here we got 16 leads, and then the number of people that did a phone call was 7 out of 16, which is like fucking half. Versus if we go back to the old way from Fabulash,
the whole way here.
that
Yeah, but
we have 6 out of 50.
yeah, because I think she was just calling really late or
I
like
see.
too late versus
So
this.
Yeah,
Like
what's the difference?
here, it jumped to 23%, at least pickups.
Yeah.
But this isn't even the full number, so I haven't even like filled all this in yet. So, um, but like the pickup rate here is like 43% out of, I mean, it's only out of 16, so it's not that high of a number, but I got 2 booked appointments already, and that's 12.5%.
What do you
And
think the difference here? Do you think it's the bot doing the calling and just speed to lead, or what do you think is the difference here?
oh, definitely speed to lead, like 100% sure, speed to lead. And then I did basically the thing that you mentioned about um the like one, how you frame the offer. Like most best bars are charging this. And then for the deposit, I did kind of what Rich did, where he's like, so when you pay that, it's going to be, so let's say you do $97, it's going to be, you're only paying 47 when you show up. So like I kind of just broke it down more, and then I really said like things like and because there's so many people fighting for these spots, something like that. And after that, like they pretty much, like I don't think it's been a problem. Like the 2 people that got to that point of the conversation were like, yeah, that's fine. um so the only thing is now, like now that I'm kind of getting them to agree more, the next thing is going to be getting my clients to reach out to them as quick as possible. So I think today, like I think I saw for the first time where they actually like confirmed, like I think Karen actually confirmed the booking, but I've had quite a few where they agreed to everything, but then they didn't get confirmed, or they didn't get booked in, or they did reach out, they were like ghosted again. So that's the only thing. But I mean, I would say it's much better just to put all your energy and call them 3 times rather than calling a bunch of leads over and over. Like I'll just drill harder on that, I feel.
So calling like who 3 times as opposed to calling all the leads?
Calling like the ones who agreed to book with the AI.
Yeah.
Um,
Focusing on
because yeah, because they're already hot. Yeah. Just put all your energy into that.
okay, why that though? Like what are the why that other than like the logic, like number wise, like why that? What is your argument?
No, because I was just saying where like they would like book the appointment, and then if my clients didn't reach out to them quick enough to like confirm it, or like
Wow,
then they like, yeah, they got ghosted. So
I see. Yeah, so the bot's job is just to fucking call all these people, and then their job is just like, hey, those 1 out of 10s, like just go ham on them.
yeah. Even here, I think pickup answered phone call was like 11%. Um, and then here it's about 43%. I mean, this is a small number, but I'm just looking like from what I've seen, it's about like 20 to 30% pickup rates. Even for like the follow-up leads, like I just threw a bunch in there, and it was like 40% of the leads like picked up. It was crazy. And those are like colder leads. So I mean, there's obviously um something
What
more. This is the old way, the overall numbers for my Alicia client.
you look at
Um,
you look at Alicia, by the way, the thing is, if we look back at that formula, the issue with her is what?
the cost per acquisition, or
Well,
the
that
LTV,
you're gonna run into is that,
LTV.
yeah, the issue that you're gonna run into is the formula. She's not gonna make up enough money within 30 days.
Yeah, let me think. Well, here, so here's it was 590. Yeah, yeah, that's really bad. Um, So this is the old way with her, where she spent this much, and then she's got so many leads from that. Um,
How many
but the
people?
book appointments, the
So how,
show ups were, sorry, what were you saying?
so she spent, let's just do the math. Let's just have some fun here. So she spent 595. How many deals did she close? She closed 3 deals.
She got 3 deposits. She, yeah, closed 3 deals.
So basically it's about $200 a piece. And then so yeah, so $200 plus cost, again 100 and what do we say, $140?
Mhm.
That's 200, so about $340. So she has to make $680. So it's a very big difference. The other one was $1,000. Did you follow that math, by the way?
Yeah.
So yeah, so $200 cost per acquisition plus $140 cost per goods times two, $680. She needs to collect that within 30 days.
She
It
needs to
she
collect how much again? 600?
$680.
680 bucks. Yeah, she's only collected
And then
um
how much did she collect?
she collected dang, I put it here. Basically 280 from each of those. One paid 380 for the first month. But it's a 3-month program. So they're just doing monthly payments. Which I'm scared is gonna like, I kind of talked to her about working around that where she's not doing the monthly because if they don't pay, then she's screwed. Because they're not on a recurring payment. So she collected about 280 from each of them, and then it's gonna be a $800 thing after the 3 months. But if she collected that 800 up front, she would have been good. Um, so that's the only thing. So we just have to. I just told her to lead with the whole care credit
So,
thing.
so with her, again, the numbers, and I want to really quick, can I explain this to other guys just really quick? So I think there's a lot of value here, but they're probably missing out on like understanding the numbers we're crunching here. Is that cool, really quick?
Yeah.
Jeremy, Cam, MJ, everybody, I think this is really important. Um, I so there's a number I've been trying to figure out for like years. And I've been like harping on different people. I'm like, okay, here's why they left you. Here's why people don't stay with you in your agency. Like you need to focus on increasing the LTV of your clients' customers, but then also it's about cash flow within the first 30 days. And for me, I didn't really have a tangible number as to like what that number needs to be. And so where I started off was like me and Aman were just comparing like the way he was getting results for his clients versus Gym Launch. Because I have Gym Launch's numbers because I see Soho from Jorge. So I'm like, okay, how much are they making through the 6 week challenge versus how much are we making through the skinny shop? And if Jorge's 6 week challenge is working better, well, then we're just going to do a 6 week challenge for all these med spas. And we're going to charge the same offer, same everything. And so this is basically what I shared with Aman. I think I shared it with one other person. Um, I just haven't got a chance to share it with everybody yet. Um, but where is it? So this is something I came across. It's very small. It's probably hard to see, but this is the form I've been looking for. And I found it on Hormozy's video, literally just his most recent video. And I've been looking for this for fucking years. So
I
here's,
think you share your screen.
huh?
I think you gotta share your screen.
Oh shit, you guys can't see my screen? Fuck.
Um,
Oh, I feel like an asshole. So can you guys see my screen now?
yeah.
So this I came across and I just shared this I'm gonna share this with Jorge, and I want to share this with the rest of you guys. I want to create course material on it. But I've been looking for this for fucking years. And so I was like, okay, what's the sweet spot? And so Hormozy's calculation is this. And so now this is super crucial. And again, Jeremy, this is going to make sense for you. It's going to scare the shit out of you potentially, but there's a lot to learn here. It is 2 times parentheses cost per acquisition plus cost of goods within 30 days. That's it. So that's the moving target for everybody. So MJ, Cameron, you, Cameron as well, like everybody. So what does this mean? And why 2x? So Hormozy does this thing, which is like seller finance client acquisition, which means like if I close Aman, for example, today, I need Aman to pay me enough money that is covering the ad spend that I needed to close him, as well as me paying Mason and me closing another Aman and then paying for Mason to coach that person. So client acquisition cost for 2 people is covered and cost of goods is covered for both people. And he wants to collect that amount from every single client within the first 30 days. So that's how he grew his gym. That's how he grew Gym Launch, everything. And I was been like fucking looking for his number. So again, 2 times. So if we did the math, this is what I've been doing with Aman. So if we did the math, so we did the other client acquisition cost was $400 for his other med spa, plus cost of goods is about $140. So this is how much it costs for, enough semaglutide for a month. And then here's how much it costs them to get a semaglutide customer. So we're basically all in $540. And then we multiply that by 2, we're looking at like $1,000. So that means every single customer that comes in through the door that pays someone's client needs to spend about $1,000 with them within the first 30 days. And again, this is the hard part. It's not $1,000 over the course of a year. It's $1,000 within 30 days, because then the med spa has enough money, has enough cash flow to afford Aman will happily keep paying him month after month. And so That's what his old client. So I'm like, okay, that's fantastic. That's fine. And then now what we do is we compared his and this is the one for you, Jeremy, um, his telehealth client. And so his telehealth client cost per acquisition was 300 was 200, right? So instead of 400, it's 200, and then cost of goods is still 140. So we're all in 340. Multiply that by 2, we're looking at $680. Very different number. It's about half the cost, but still, he needs to make $680. So this is why Alpida will not survive
By the way, she's already made more than that.
unless you're constantly doing it. So every single customer, again, if I don't know what your client
So, back up, is this, this is per customer acquired?
yeah,
Or is this, okay, so if I bring her 3 customers, each one of those customers need to spend 640.
it depends on your like. Give me a client acquisition cost of ad spend.
I don't know yet. I mean, she signed 2 out of, I don't have her numbers pulled up. She signed 2 out of the 42 and spent, so far, she's only spent $470.
So $470. Divide that by 3. What is that number? Uh,
Well, she's gotten 2 people.
okay, so 2. That means that her cost per acquisition
35.
235. Okay, so 235. And then I'm willing to bet that her cost for semaglutide is about $140. We just yeah, about $140. That means that it's about 230, so 300 and about $70. So $370 times that by 2, that means that you have to help her collect about $800. What is that? Yeah, about $800, about $800 from every single customer within the first 30 days. So with the upsells, downsells, coaching program, whatever it is, that's what she's got to do in order to be profitable enough that she's going to be happy, she's going to be able to grow her business, and she's going to be able to pay you.
So, for instance, she's offering like 3 different packages. Some of those packages, I don't know if they would make her 800. I think she's got 3 packages. 2 of them will, one of them won't.
And that you got to fix that. That's what I'm saying. It's a
Then we
unit.
got to take unfortunately, because of what she does, it's not very flexible. So you'd probably want to take that particular package out and just
Yeah.
offer the 2 that make the money.
So you got to hit.
For Alicia, like I was like having a check-in with her, and I usually make the 3 tiers, so like the 6 month, 3 month, and the 1 month, and a lot of people will start with the 1 month because it's a little bit easier, and then they can ease into it. But for her, when I talked to her, she said, "Oh yeah, like they come in for the first shot, but I just sell them on a 3 month program," and I'm like, that's exactly like in my head, I'm like, that's exactly what everyone else does. It's like the 12-week program.
Yeah.
But she doesn't even offer the 1 month. It's just the 3 months, and then she just sells that. And I feel like if I have my clients just focus on doing the 3 month, where they don't even have the option of the 1 month, and then just really learn sales, then it's kind of like, okay, we're getting people onto the program. That's what I like about the weight loss stuff, is that it's like a program rather than like Botox or something. From what I found, it's a little bit harder to just like get them to upsell that.
Yeah, there's just not, I mean, she offers 2 products with 3 packages each, and their prices are what they are. There's not a lot of upselling to do in mine, or at least what she has. And, I don't know what her hard costs are. I know she has to pay for the medicine and stuff, but yeah.
Get those numbers. So what I just went over, Jeremy, like what I just went over for everybody, Cam, I'm on, right? That is the most important thing you can do. That is your North Star. If you do not hit that number, your agency will fucking crash and burn. I promise. Until you have to figure out that number, and that has to be your moving target at all times, or like that's it. There
So we
won't be.
need to get the lifetime value, but maybe we need to be also talking to them about clearly what the profit is. So if this customer signs on for $1,000, how much of this is going to be yours, and how much of it is it paying for you to give whatever you're giving?
This is it. This is all you got to worry about. You got to get so the number that you got to figure out. I mean, lifetime value doesn't matter as much. And I was trying to explain is like you can have 10 customers that are each worth 1K over a year, or you could have like 2 customers that are worth like 500 today, And this business owner will take this all day, every day. This is much better, but they will take this all day. And you will get fired if you do this. You'll get fired if you do this. You will not get fired if you do this because it's about the cash within 30 days. So what you need to figure out is like, yeah, LTV, all that stuff is important. You need to figure out this. What is the
Well, I
cost?
mean, the cost of goods is the lifetime value of the customer may be $1,000, but you got to spend $700 of it. So really the cost of good is your lifetime value of that customer is really only 300 because you had to spend 700. So am I am I understanding that right for the cost of goods?
So if we,
That's
so
why, so that's why you have to collect it within the first 30 days because it inspires the business owner to continue to work with you. Because, like, this makes a lot of sense for me because when I was working with gyms, like not just online personal trainers, like you have to think about the infrastructure of a gym where it's like, yeah, the LTV is 1,000 over the year, but the thing is like, say it costs you $300 to get that client, and then they pay
Yeah.
like say $50 a month. Well, then your client's going to be like, well, you're not doing a good job because I'm not making any money.
Yeah, I
Right. So
lost.
that's why when there's that, when like I really like that equation. I've never seen that before, but I really like the part where it's in that first 30 days because that really inspires the business owner to be like, oh yeah, this makes total sense. I would continue to work with this guy. Because that's something that always like that's always a problem that I ran into when I worked for gyms. It was like, oh, I'm not making any money, Mason. But it's like, yeah, bro, but you have 20 new fucking clients. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they couldn't make the connection between like the money that they were spending to the money that's coming in their pocket, plus my marketing fee, right? So I really like this equation actually.
10% to 25%. If you want to throw in another equation, I would say this is more healthy. So your cost per acquisition should be 10 to 25% max. I feel like this is more like digital businesses like ours, but brick and mortar is about 10% of LTV. So there you go. That's where you can throw in LTV. So if LTV is 1K, then your cost of acquisition can afford to be $100. So you have one equation there, which tells you, okay, how much is there in terms of gross margin, right? If I spend $100, 1K, but then again, you have that second equation, which is cost of goods plus CPA within 30 days. So use both these calculations. Sorry, this is like so messy, but use both of them.
I'm just saying the cost of goods is if she sends them 10 vials and let's say that the customer gives her $1,000 for the 10 vials, the cost of good is what that cost those 10 vials cost her, right?
Yes. Cost of goods is so it's not just cost of goods and cost of services. It's all of your costs.
Right.
I,
So it's
I
like if
cost
she
of
sent them 10 vials for $100 each, so she made $1,000, but in just hard costs, the cost of the vial, the shipping, the doctor, all that stuff was $500, then that's what I'm using. So I'm taking the cost per acquisition, which is $100, plus the $500, which is now 600 times two. She needs to make 1,200 in that off that customer. Yeah.
cost per acquisition plus cost of fulfillment, that's a better word, within 30 days.
Yeah.
Times two. You can hit this number, you'll be chilling. And so what does this mean, guys? This means things like, okay, do I restructure the ad to go from a 6-week challenge? Do I restructure the sales process? Or within the first day, do I sell them a $300 thing? And then within, day 30, again, I kind of plan to see in their mind of like, hey, you can do a year-long subscription as long as you pay it off within 30 days. And then you incentivize somebody. Jeremy, that's what you did meeting me, right? So those are the kind of things you need to start thinking about is how do I bake that in? How do I engineer this number? That's where your mind should always be. How do I engineer this number? What do I do with the sales process? What do I do in terms of the building the packages, all that stuff to hit this number? That's the key part of this lesson here. Um, anyways, hope you guys got some value from that. Aman, to answer your question, bro, like everything in terms of everything seems to be going the right direction. If that was your core question of like what things are looking like I think that's things are moving in the right direction. I didn't fully understand and comprehend like what you're saying about Alicia.
Mhm.
um I I may have gotten those numbers wrong. um so I guess
I think,
So
yeah.
so I can just like plug these in. So cost per acquisition for her currently is what?
It's about see, it's about 595 divided by 3. Let me just do E 22. So I guess cost per actual acquisition is 198. So 200,
Okay. And then a cost of familiar, I one
140.
so basically to 340, so 680. So my question is, how much has she collected in total within 30 days from these three people?
In total, she's collected, well, from each of them, she collected about 280. There's one she collected 380, so 380, 280, 280, so which is lower than that number. Um, it was for a 3-month package that she broke up for them. So if she had collected it all up front, then it would have been, it would have been like 800.
Yeah. She's collecting about half.
Yeah.
She's not making nearly enough money.
Yeah. So I did talk to her about it because I was like, rather than breaking up, because one, you don't know if they're gonna pay you for the next month, right? Like especially if it's not on a recurring payment. So you should make your only two options is pay in full or they sign up with Care Credit and then they can just fund it and then that way they're still doing monthly payments, but they can just you get the money in full. And then she was like, yeah, I'm gonna push that.
So these three people were sold month to month, or what were they sold?
They're sold a 3-month package, which is around like 800 or 840 or something. But they really wanted to break it up or they didn't want to pay it in the full. And so she like worked out where she's breaking up monthly for them. But if they don't pay her, she's screwed.
Okay, so 3 month package, 840 bucks. Um, and so
Or
if we
make her
consider
monthly longer.
if we consider the cost per acquisition, that's 340. It's going to go to 840. And then for 3 months, right? So if we consider that minus, so 840 minus 140 minus 140 minus 140. So 840 basically minus 420 minus 340. So 840 minus 420 minus 340. Dude, you know what her profit is, bro? It's insane. It's dumb, it's stupid.
That's if she gets 840.
So 840 is what she's getting paid, right?
Uh-huh.
Minus cost per acquisition is 340. Or no, cost per acquisition is not 340. It's I'm sorry, I fucked up. 840 minus.
Well, wouldn't she need to be making at least 680? Like as long as she's above that, she's good.
So remember, I was just like putting in two equations, right? So
Mm.
so I'm sorry, I keep. So if we say she's made 840 rev minus uh oh no, actually no, fuck it, my numbers were right. No, 840 is a 3 month program for one person, right?
One person, yeah.
8 month, so revenue minus 198, uh 198 for cost per acquisition minus 1428. So 140 times 3 is 420. 420 is cost
Mm.
of fulfillment. And so 840 minus 198 minus 420
Right. It's a cost of fulfillment for 3 months.
is net profit.
Right.
So if we consider that and how much is that ad spend? That ad spend is 198. So 198 to get those kinds of results. So every 198 that she puts in, she's going to take out $222 of profit. So how much is she spending on paid ads a month with you right now on average? Like what, like she's spending $1,000, $2,000?
Let's see, I think we're just about to do a month, so this is about, let's see, last 30 days. She's about 631 total spend
Yeah, dude, that's like nothing.
for 30 days, yeah.
If 200 bucks does this, then 600 bucks is just going to do what? Two, four, six, about, so she's going to basically she's going to make $600 profit.
Mm,
So there's no way she's going to be able to afford you.
right.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we did just create like $1,000 package, but yeah.
So ultimately what this means is, again, so you have to yeah, you have to use like two equations. You have to use it two times whatever, but then also 10% of LTV. So again, this goes back to, I think my theory was correct in that you have to do things like the 6-week challenge for telehealth people.
Yeah.
It's not gonna like,
Well, if we do the 12-week challenge for them, I mean that's still around $1,000 for a package. So wouldn't that be the same thing?
so what I mean is, so let's say you so three so what that would mean is that she would need to be charging like six. So you could do, so she could do a 3-month package. Sorry, I'm like nerding out about this stuff here.
Also, her booking or her acquisition percentage was also really low. Like I feel like if we get her booking rates up, because her booked appointments was 4%, and then her show ups was about 2%, you know. But if we got that to like 7 to 10%, I feel like that could make an impact as well.
So if you have a cost per acquisition of 198 plus cost of fulfillment of 420, because it's going to be about $140 per month. So I'm doing it for 3 months, right? So $198 cost per acquisition plus 3 months of semaglutide, 420 bucks is going to be her hard cost. Times two, we're looking at 1,236. So in an ideal world, what she's doing is she's selling a $1,236 package that's 3 months long.
Mm.
So you're doing like a 9-month, 3 months challenge, lose a certain amount of weight, and this is what you're charging as a start.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, if we talk about the profits of that, sorry, what would she profit? She would profit 1,236 minus 198 minus, what is it? 420. So 1,236 minus 198 minus 420. So now she's profiting 600 bucks from every single customer. So if she profits 600 bucks, 6, 12, you get like 7 clients. 7 times 6, 18. You make her 4,236 bucks. So if you can help her get 7 clients, get them to spend 1,236 bucks with her for a 3-month thing, she's gonna have $4,326 profit, more than enough to pay, 1,000 towards, service fee.
Right.
Keep her long term.
Right.
What's brewing in your head?
No, because I mean, I think that's also like why I really like the med spas who offer it, because you can get them through the door. It's a lot easier to sell in person, and they can actually up the value of everything because they can combine it with body contouring, those sort of things. Um,
So
so
the main lesson here that we've learned is if you take on telehealth, we have to just push the that kind of challenge moving forward.
yeah.
See if it
Now,
works. Works great.
honestly, I feel like for a telehealth, it could be doable because if we do a 12-week challenge, we just have to set the expectation that you need to have the free consultations with them and then just book as many as possible. Um, and then like I feel like if you sell it as like a 12-week challenge, it's not so much focused on like the vehicle. Whereas like because everyone sells like the vehicle, but if she can actually sell as like the transformation and then do the sales correctly. But I think the first thing I'm focused on with her is just bringing her acquisition cost down because again, her show up rate's like 2% from all the leads she gets. So if we can get that to at least like 7% or higher, then at least, maybe bringing that part of the equation down will help her and we can just sell 1,000 because I did create a $1,000 package. So I really think if we can just bring that one number down and then bring that to 1,000, we may be good. I would just have to do the calculations once we sell a few. Um, Also during this conversation, another one of Abhilash's AI booked a appointment or a phone call, which is cool. Yeah.
Good stuff. Jeremy, I hope you're listening to all that. There's a lot of mumbo jumbo math stuff, but that's kind of sort of
Yeah, well, I mean, what it tells me at the first part of it is if you can't, it's just not profitable because one of the reasons I think if you'll think back to when I told you some of the things I thought were red flags as I started to get to know more about her business, it was not only I could tell she was high maintenance and that she was tracking every penny, but that her profit margin was really low. So she was telling me, basically for every shot she made $100. And that's just, I can't. So, I'm in my head, I'm like, okay, so that means you've got to book this many clients to pay for me and the ads. 20, you've got to book 250 clients to make $2,500. It's just, and you're only spending 1,500. It just, you and I both were like, that just, I think you were the one who said, gosh, they must be just spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to getting people to get here. And then they're hoping that they'll re-up with them or sign long-term packages or whatever. Because I think the profit margin is so small. I know she's paying like every time somebody books a consult with the doctor, it's, she puts a card on, well, that's what we're trying to figure out is how to put a card on hold for $70. And if they show up, that money goes toward the cost of the medicine. If they don't show up, that $70 goes to the doctor. And like Amon was saying, everybody we get, of the 42, we only got to speak to like 3 or 4 of them, and she got 2 of them to convert to sales. And I think she signed them on for really big packages. But
you got I think that's important for you, Aman, as well. Is like so your numbers might not be abnormal. Jeremy, you said you got 42 leads, or how many leads did you get that you turned
yeah,
around?
well, we ran it for a week there and then paused. So we had 42 leads. And I think we actually got to speak to maybe 4, maybe 5 people. And she got 2 sales.
What are your numbers, Aman, in terms of number of leads?
It was like 50.
Uh-huh.
Are you asking for Fabulash or for Alicia? Or for
Alicia,
both?
because you're doing the same thing. You're doing
Yeah,
you and Jeremy are
for
doing
telehealth.
your Alicia is similar to his.
So she talked to, oh, this is the AI. She talked to 5 people, and
Is
then
this or is this with AI?
this is with just her. This is without the AI. Um,
And that turned into 2 customers, you said, or 3?
what am I looking at here? Okay, so that's with 50, and then 6 answered the call, 3 booked an appointment, and then Why does the show up say 0? Shows were shows were like, oh no, shows are 3, but I don't know if the people in this 50 example actually showed up. So overall, I mean, so overall she had $595 of ad spend, which got her 337 leads. And then out of that, 9 showed up and then 3 people paid. So that, yeah, so it's a 337, 9 showed up, 3 paid, yeah.
So
For about 5 or 400, 500. So that part you can erase, the top part. Yeah.
so when you say 9, so how many people did she initially speak to? Or like,
Initially spoke to that I don't have the number on because I would have to go through like 300.
How did
so
you get 337 leads? Wow.
Yeah, her this is a rare exception. Her cost per lead is like $1, $2. It's like crazy. I haven't seen that before. I thought it was definitely rare.
huh,
New Orleans is a spot.
interesting. I mean, it in terms of ad spend, things are working out. In terms of like, it's a huge influx. I don't know. Maybe is your CPM drastically different than normal, or is it normal CPM compared to everybody else?
I actually don't know.
'Cause if I sometimes if I look get really low CPM, that it's like bad traffic. So
Right. But she was getting a lot of like, let me see how many people actually like booked or like had full conversation with AI. Like 198 people respond to the AI, 52 people booked on a phone call with the AI. So I don't even think it's like badly. It's like it was getting a lot of like
50 people booked a sales call and 9 people only showed up.
booked a phone call. So there's like the initial phone call and then pushes this to the virtual. The only so I think the biggest reason is because she works another job and then her assistant only has like 2 days to call them and then she has like maybe another 2 days where she calls them. So they're like
Okay,
kind
so
of batch calling leads.
am I getting this correct? So you had 337 leads, 198 responded to AI, which is like half.
Yeah.
And this is the AI voice bot.
No, this is the text bot.
So 50 people booked a phone call, and those 50 people booked a phone call by talking to the voice bot or through text and agreeing to it.
Talking to the texting and then when the AI says what time, like which of these time slots, and then they give a time.
Okay, or 9 people, and then so where do you see the bottleneck here?
Just how fast they call the leads.
No,
Because
these numbers. When you look at these numbers, where do you see like, oh, there's an issue?
um I mean, because that's like of the people that actually paid, it's like 0.89%. And then people who actually showed up is about 2%, where I feel like we could probably get it to like 5 to 10%
Yeah,
ideal
50 people booked a discovery call.
via text, yeah.
Yeah. So this makes sense. I mean, it's just a text. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but still, like they replied to like 6 other messages before they got to that point. So it's like it's not even like they ask right away, like what time do you want to book? And then they just say it's like quite a few messages they go through.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking like I feel like part of it's just bringing the cost per acquisition down and then as well as bringing the packages up, but maybe there's probably like a middle there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely like 50 to 9 is like if 50 to 25 is normal, right? 50
Yeah.
people, 25 people show up, that's normal. So this is quite a bit. So there's something going on there. Um,
Yeah, and then like with the AI so far, there's 16 leads and then 7 pickups and then 2 have booked a call or 2 have booked a virtual call appointment.
so 17, so 16 leads, 7 picked up. And then how many agreed
2 of them.
to agree?
I think maybe one has gotten confirmed and I think one didn't end up. Um And so that's like 1 out of 16. But that's like with the AI mentioning a deposit and everything. So um
Okay. Yeah, these numbers, I mean, I don't see a huge, well, obviously we need way more data,
yeah,
but this sounds promising so far.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, so the solution for her is just the bot, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then it's really about coaching her and building those packages and getting her to charge more. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, that's the way to make her survive.
But
Um,
we created $1,000 package, which I think should be able to sell. And then if we can just get as many, like run this for a few days, see how it goes. And this is like December too. So I feel like in general, the numbers have been a lot lower because people just haven't been ready to go on a weight loss program. But I'm thinking January, I may just do as like a New Year, New Me Slim Shot program. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of like I don't know if I should do the 6 week challenge or do the um
if you if you can, so what do we have to change least to most, right? So if we consider like just copy and paste formula, the simplest thing. So initially, what I was saying is like med spa, keep doing what you're doing. Telehealth, you got to do 6 week challenge. But what you're telling me is, Kushik, I actually took the telehealth people and I built a $1,000 package, which is very similar to this. So if you can make this work, well, then there's not a lot of operational complexity because what we're doing here is very similar.
yeah.
And so I would start there. I would see if you can make the $1,000 thing work. And if not, then we got to pivot to something else.
Okay. So just for now, just stick with $97 for a shot, get people through the door, upsell.
For the
And
med
then
spa.
yeah. And then if I can just create a gap between rather than letting them offer 1 month, just like try just selling the 3 month and see what happens. Um yeah. And I have to talk to Karen about her sending all the package details before they even it's crazy to me. Like
Yeah.
I probably count like 5 times in a row, or every time she has sent it beforehand, before like the call, they just like I'm answered. So
Well, now we know. We didn't
yeah,
know before, and
yeah.
so
But even then, like because the cost per lead was so much lower, her acquisition cost for 2 people was 162, and then she ended up making, well, first appointment she made, yeah, like 1,800 for all the people. So I guess if we kind of break it down, there's one that's 140. There's one that bought a package for 1,750 first time. Um, so
and
those numbers were good.
that was her saving grace was just like being able to sell really high ticket for
Yeah.
this. What else is burning your head, man?
So I guess based on what you've seen, like, are we just good to just kind of go all in on the just $97 shot, do the AI, see how that goes, and then just try to sell 3 month instead of doing like any 1 month?
Um, I guess I mean I still want more data. Um, I guess I mean for now, like yeah, let's do that, but then let's look at the data this month. But I still want the same data pieces. Like
Yeah, yeah. For like the AI,
yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm also gonna see if I can get my Sanford client, the one that's here, to transition to the semaglutide because it's gonna be January. They do IPL, and then I talked to one of my other clients, a different one in Washington, and she's gonna do the Slim Shot in January. So I'm gonna have quite a few people, I think, on that, which is gonna be cool.
Yeah.
And then I'm already kind of transitioning all my demo stuff just towards weight loss. So just gotta go all in.
Just compare really quick. So I think Jorge is 250 plus. I don't know what his cost service delivery, $100. So so which is 350 times two, which is like 700. So they got to make 700 and they're charging 800. So this actually makes a ton of sense,
Awesome.
right? So it works out perfectly.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um, so I guess like yeah, I mean we're kind of sort of doing the same thing. We're both hitting the metrics that we need to be hitting.
Cool.
So yeah, I guess for now, AI, keep doing this thing. Keep your mind on like this North Star, this number for both everybody like this, and then yeah. And then in terms of Alicia, we know what we need to do is yeah, we can try to bring down cost per acquisition, but really focus on the packages.
Yeah.
And yeah, just like yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And and then all those numbers I did bring up, like let's track each of these individuals just to have the data, just to have
Yeah,
the data.
I'll finish the data too, because I haven't finished it for like the AI and was even considering doing 50 more people for the old way just to have more accurate data.
And then we can make a decision by the end of December, I think. Once we have all the data, let's just see what happens this month. So all we're kind of I think yeah, let's just take the
Yeah.
strategy all in, not and no other variables, and then the data will tell us what we need to do. When are you bringing these additional clients on to do some maglitide? Are they going to be doing December or next month or?
They're gonna be doing it in January.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll definitely know by the end of January for sure, I think.
Yeah, and this month for Babalash, like the ad spend is really low, and like she's even like, yeah, I don't even really want to run this for December. So, it's enough where we're getting some data, but
Okay. What else is brewing in your head?
I think that's it. That's just the main thing. It's just kind of getting clear direction. But I mean, the AI has definitely been promising. And I think the way I restructure the way it mentions the deposit and the like bills the offer, I think it's doing a lot better.
I'm glad that little tweak helped a lot.
Yeah.
Sauce. Good.
But yeah,
Um,
about it for me.
cool. Jeremy, were you saying something? Did you have something for me or
Yeah, I was just going to say, Amon, you said that these 337 leads, some of them are being nurtured by an AI text bot.
Mhm.
Is that something in Go High Level? Is that something you designed? Is it a software you bought and added to Go High Level?
Yeah, that's the one I'd shown you. It was the Capri AI. So that was the third party because you told me you were also looking at a third party software.
How do you spell it?
Capri, CAPRI.
Okay.
And if you sign up, just let me know because I have a feeling like so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do it. So, can I ask you, it integrates into Go High Level and works in the
Yeah.
automations?
Yeah, so I don't know if you know what webhooks are, but it's a feature in Go High Level where you can basically it's kind of like Bluetooth to like a different software.
Yeah.
So you can connect it like that. So everything they manage everything in Go High Level. So when someone replies, it like replies through Go High Level and it's like an imaginary person like sending them a message.
And you just train it on their website or whatever. And
I don't do anything with their websites. I strictly do it with their social media ads.
I mean, training the chatbot.
Yeah, I don't even give them their website. I have a prompt that I stick with, and I just like basically how I filled it out was I just have some brackets I fill in the top, business name, what offer, the value, like those sort of things, and then it kind of like I have those like brackets within the prompt, so I don't have to go through the prompt and do it. So it's pretty
Sign up for
yeah.
another coaching session and pay you and get that worked out because
You mentioned to me about the other program that was like Go High Level that had the AI. Did you try
yeah,
that?
yeah, I added that to her landing page as well as to her website. I'm not certain if it works through like Go High Level in a
She uses Go High Level to manage all the leads.
yeah. So I'm
Okay,
not sure if it integrates in Go High Level. I don't think it does,
right.
but I'm just thinking that may be something that because I have all kinds of automations set up right now to talk to people who, give their information.
Mhm.
But it might be helpful to have a chat bot, like it's talking to her, a customer. So
Yeah, it's definitely been a big game changer for my clients.
what's the monthly cost on it? Do you know?
It's 99 for one agent, so I would think like one agent is like one offer for clients of clients doing two different offers. You probably have two different agents.
Okay.
And then it's 150 for 10 agents.
Okay. Well, that sounds, so if you got 150 for 10 agents, you could theoretically set that up for, if you had two offers, you could set that up for 5 clients.
Yeah, I've actually found a way where I've like kind of
Stealing
manipulated
it, aren't
where
you?
I can no, it's like it's I like I'll kind of like describe it, but I found a loophole where I can actually do as many promos for one client to one agent. So like I would say start because it's a little bit easier setup to do just like one agent for each promotion. But if you need to transition because each client's doing like two and then you're getting more clients, then I would show you how I did that loophole.
Yeah,
It,
loophole.
yeah.
Loophole.
No, it is. I think it's very much within their
Oh,
regulation.
okay, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Hope Capri is not watching this.
Yeah. They
Okay,
love
yeah, sorry. And then
it.
that spreadsheet you were working with, that you showed Koshik, because I jumped in after I got ghosted there.
Mhm.
Is that something you're literally doing with each one of your clients? Are they filling that out? Are you filling that? Because I saw like a list of leads and
Yeah, no,
box.
that's me spending a few hours like go high level, reading the context, seeing if they got booked, checking their CRM, like log into their CRM. This is like I think Koshik has been drilling me about numbers for 6 months that I just, I'm
Gave
just
up.
I'm just doing, yeah.
Okay.
So this is
I
all me.
saw that and had just I mean, I had like 6 heart attacks. I'm like, I can't do that, man. That's
Oh,
crazy.
well, that's what I said for 6 months. Yeah.
Don't have to do it forever, just a little bit of time.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it makes sense to do it once you have really confirmed your strategy for
Yeah.
how you get results. Like this is where like Aman spent a lot of time doing funnels and lead forms and trying this and trying that. And then now, we've really been trying to drill on like, okay, what is the one machine? What is the mechanism where we can just copy and paste it and it just works for everybody? It's very similar. Once you get to that place, then I think it makes sense to really track your data.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now I'm like very like focused, or I feel very much like it's worth it because it's very focused. It's not even like we're
But you're
comparing Botox to weight loss. It's just
you're
weight loss.
doing that for like that's one client, all that work?
This was two different clients.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah,
what we're doing is we're doing like one strategy for all the clients, and we're just tracking the data across each client to get like an average and see where there's confluence. Like really like that formula, the cost of goods, and that we're doing is we're trying to figure out is our stuff in line with that number,
Right.
or do we need to get our clients to charge more?
Right. Okay.
Good questions.
Um, Real quick, do you mind before I jump off of here, Koshik? Remember last week I talked to you about how she was wanting to go from the Facebook forum to the landing page, and we went through that Brello thing, and you subscribed, and you should be getting your semaglutide any moment now. Do you mind if I show you what we did,
Sure.
what we've created, and then I know but I just want to show you this. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, so here's what we ended up creating, and she is absolutely in love with this. So I'm just going to show you each live page. That way you don't have to see all the other junk. So when they click on the link, here's what they come to. And you can see here's her 3 plans. So there's semaglutide, there's tirzepatide. When they click the get started, it obviously goes to the next link. And she said, before they even go in, I need to know these things, if they qualify or if they don't. If they hit no, it goes to a page that says, please give us a call if you have any further questions, but it appears that, something you answered in that first page is taking you out. So then, if they're qualified, this is where Mason helped me a lot this weekend. They come in and they fill out this form.
Hmm.
And if they fill this form out and start, because there's 5 steps, if they fill out this form and stop on step 3, I still get their information. So that's where she wants us calling the lead. Because
Wait,
if they go all the way through, they've booked, they're in a doctor and we're good. We don't have to talk to them.
so how'd you come up? Wait, are you modeling something, or how'd you come up with this, by the way? Because I think I would do something a little bit different, but I'm curious, like, did you model something?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some other people, and my thing was, I'm like, Alpida, if you set, because I didn't want to set up all these steps. I just wanted a landing page that either let them book an appointment directly with the doctor or, book a consultation where you could get some questions answered. But she wants them to go, if at all possible, she wants to do what Brello did, except not sell them just outright the products. They have to go to a doctor. She's like, I can't just give them the medicine based on a bunch of questions. So
So they come here, they answer these questions, and then what happens?
if they stop, let's say they fill this out and then go forward 3 or 4 more steps and they're like, I don't want to do this. She gets this information right here on this page. And that's who she wants us to, call for like 8 days. And I've got a whole bunch of automations set up to be texting them. And then the virtual assistant's supposed to also call and say, hey, we saw you started to go through the process and stopped. Kind of similar to the free video funnel. That's how Mason helped me. So they go, there's steps, and the further they go in, the more information we get. But if this is what she wants, if they answer these questions, we can then go back and try to nurture them. So
Let's
they
have
they say they fill this out, then it'll take them to a calendar where they can book the time that they want to speak to a doctor. And they don't, they just pick their time. The next one is the payment, which is what I'm trying to figure out because she wants the payment to be set up and that's not right. I don't know who did that, but it's supposed to be a pre-authorization. It's not supposed to charge them. So if they secure their spot with their doctor, they're going to come to this spot, put in their credit card that will be held for $70. And
wait,
if
so they on their calendar page, the last page, and then after that calendar page, do they get redirected to this page, or
Yeah.
okay, so they get
So this
redirected.
is like these are steps, just like what you did with Brello.
Well, my question is, when you get redirected to this page, are they expected to pull out their card details, or are they hopping on a call with somebody first before they come back to this page?
No, they put their card in. This is if they keep going, they don't have to talk to anybody except the doctor.
I see. Okay, so show me the next page.
So then after they put their deal in, this is the one I told her where I was really worried. Okay, people are going to stop here and then we've lost all their info. This is the health questions. So remember all the questions you had to ask?
Yeah.
Answer. So that's what she's set up here. So because she did a few of these and she said it took forever. I was on the phone with people for an hour and 2 hours answering these questions. She's like, I don't want to do that. I don't even want a virtual assistant doing that. So they have to answer these health questions. Once they answer the health questions, it moves them into the consent forms that she has to have them agree with
Those questions have to be answered by a doctor or just by anybody.
by the patient.
What
Yeah,
I'm saying is, like,
I'm gonna look at that.
so what I'm saying is, I understand the patient has to answer those questions, but like, can anyone ask those questions, or does a doctor have to specifically ask those questions?
Anyone can ask them, but she
Okay,
doesn't want a virtual assistant doing it. She doesn't want to do it. She didn't want me doing it. It takes too long.
I see, I see.
So she's like, I just want them to fill it out.
Gotcha.
And she said anything they leave off, the doctor will have to ask. But she goes, that's what I'm paying the doctor for. They should do that. So I'm like, okay. So then there's these policies and they can click on those or not. And they sign it and then they're booked. So it's basically if you're looking at a choose your own adventure book,
Yeah.
there's 3 options. One, they come in, they see it, they go away. We don't get anything. 2, they come in, they click on get started, they fill out that first information, their name, phone number, email. They start going deeper into the steps and they bail. Well, now we have that information, so we can go back and nurture them through texts and phone calls. The third option is they go all the way through, answer everything, put their card on file, and their next face they will see is a doctor.
It's gonna, I mean, so I guess like, do you have questions for me or any thoughts?
No, I
Anything?
just wanted to see what you thought. I mean,
I
I
think
think it's going to drive her costs through the roof, but
it's gonna cost, your client acquisition cost right now. I'm listening to Aman, I'm listening to you. What do we calculate? We calculate about anywhere from 200 to $600, right? 200,
she's at
$600 is
479. So yeah,
479. Divide that by what? Two
two.
for her.
So she's basically 250 a person.
250 person. That means that if you're gonna run ads through this way, so for somebody to go all the way through it, pay on their own, I would expect to spend like $500,
Yeah,
honestly. That's
I've tried. Yeah, it doesn't seem to get through to her. But the thing I was because originally she and I were the ones who found Brello. The thing you
and
did last week.
and you're gonna have to optimize for purchase. Remember that.
Yes. So she she really liked the Brello thing because she's like, nobody has to call anybody. They just go through and they book straight through the doctor. That's what I want them to do. And I'm like, well, you're gonna if you do it that way, we don't even get their name, their phone number, their email, nothing. We don't get anything. If they're going to the third step and dropping out, we don't have anything. So I convinced her to let me put that form in where I could at least capture that to try and save, so we can do some nurturing. But I guess I just wanted you to take a look at it and say, okay, at least it's okay. Maybe it's not probably what I would have stayed with what we were doing because we were getting leads. It's just we would had to follow up with all of them, period. But yeah. So
I mean,
anyway,
if I were you, I would do what I advise someone to do, right? Because you guys are both doing telehealth, like literally I'd be doing the same thing. And what you got with her, the difference of what I would be doing, like the thing is, I don't really know. I have no clue until you run the data.
yeah,
Personally, I think if it were me, I would try to capture name, email, or phone number before even trying to get them to click from left to right. I would like use copy to like say, see if you qualify, take this pop quiz.
okay,
And then I've seen a lot of those quiz funnels where it's like, see if you qualify. And so people click, like, get started on the quiz. And the first thing is like, what's your email address? People naturally think, oh, I'm going to get emailed my answers. So that's the difference I would do
So
between.
maybe instead of the first page being where all the offers are, that could be the second page, and we reverse that where they come to the forum and we creatively say, hey, we just need to capture your information, see if you qualify, see if you're in a state that we service. I've seen that. Like there was a couple of her competitors. That's the question they ask. Are you in a state that we serve? Of course, they service every state, but that was how they got everything. So yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Okay, that's what I wanted to show it to you for because I figured that's what I wanted to get from you. All right, sorry guys, I just wanted to catch that. So
That's good stuff. I'm glad we went through it.
y'all have a good night. I'll see you next week.
That's good. Hey, hey, everybody here.
I know.
Jeremy is he's not a bragger, so I'm just gonna get him to brag today. You got to brag. You got no choice but to brag now.
Yeah, I got Alpida, and then last week I got 2 sales. Trying to think. Well, I had the 2 I got. I had the chance of getting them on the same day, which Koshik told me would have been a record. So I sold the one lady, and the guy was like a half an hour after I got done with her, and I was getting the Zoom already, and he sent me a text and said, "I'm gonna have to reschedule." And he rescheduled. So it was the same guy from that day, and then I got him on the phone and I sold him. So I was trying to get Mason and Koshik to approve that was sort of the same day, but they didn't approve it. I think it was Mason who said no. And I've had all kinds of just great discovery calls. This lady that I had to jump off for earlier tonight, I really thought she was going to be a sale. She didn't show up. And I don't know why. We had such a great conversation. There were 2 or 3 of them last week that I thought last week I could have ended the week with 4, maybe 5 sales. I got to the 2 people I got to speak to, I sold them both. The other 2 or 3 just didn't show up. And I don't know why. We had fantastic conversations. We were communicating with each other up until the call, and then they just stopped answering and didn't show up. And I don't know why. I've tried calling them and everything. They must have died in a car wreck or something. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. So, but yeah, I need to do some win videos, and I need to do your 3-month testimonial video, and I will, I promise. But yeah,
When you get a chance, I was being facetious. I was joking, messing with you a little bit, but when you get some time and you go into that wins channel, just your big lessons. The reason I want to bring you on is just, you know, somebody said this one day is like, the person that discovered water wasn't a fish. It's hard to know when you're in it. And
yeah,
so, you know, the place that kind of just you were at, a few weeks ago, and last week you're talking to Ryan, and
yeah,
just like, what could these guys hear that could inspire them? What
yeah.
did you stuff? I think that would be very valuable.
Ryan was me about a month and a half ago. Last week, I hope Ryan's going great now, but Ryan's, and I see him on the call, everything he was saying, his body language, his demeanor, the fidgeting with the hat, the face look of I'm going to reach through the screen and kill somebody. That was where my mindset was about, I don't know, a month and a half ago. You can go back and watch it. I was a lot less polite than Ryan. So I feel so good about where I'm at now. Now, the stuff you showed tonight with that formula and everything, that knocks my confidence down a little bit. But I feel like I've crossed another bridge. The next bridge is service delivery. I got to figure that out. Otherwise, all these sales mean nothing. Because I think I said that day when I was destroying Tokyo was, I've gotten sales, I've gotten retainers. I don't know how to give people their return on the investment. So that's where I'm at now. I'm in that level of the video game where the boss man at the end of the level always beats me. So that's where I'm at now. And I tried to weasel my way out of Alpida today because I kind of foresee where it's going. Um,
The
but
big unlock that I saw with you is so at the very beginning there was like fear. I mean, there's always fear, but like there was like the best way, I don't know if it's the right appropriate word, but it's like what's the word I'm looking for? It's the opposite of abundance. It's like fear mentality. Um
Well, the biggest thing is just fear of failure. Like I was going to give you all this money and spend all this money on ad spends and not ever get it back.
it,
So every dollar that I was watching going
oh,
out on Facebook ads was killing me.
exactly. So the word is scarcity mindset.
Yeah.
And you switched from like a scarcity mindset of like, again, the money's going out, they're not showing up to call, my time is valuable, all the way from that to like, hey, can you please stop paying me because you're annoying me? So it's a huge shift.
Yeah.
Like now
Yeah.
you're 100% convinced.
I see it.
I
I
spend money,
now the next mountain I got to get over, the next bridge is
keep
keeping
it,
them.
keep it.
Yeah.
Now you're not worried about
But
making.
I feel like at this point, now I say this, and as long as they keep showing up, I think I can get the sale. I think, between everything I've heard everybody doing and all, I can get the sale. It's just, can I deliver on what I'm promising? I still don't have that social proof. So that I cannot wait. Now, Alpida's gotten a couple of sales. So she's paid for me in the first month. She hasn't paid for me and her ads. If she can get a couple more sales here before the year is over, she will have broken even the first month, which I'll feel really good about. But now these other two clients I got are med spas, not done meds. I've done everything I've been doing is this telehealth. So I'll be leaning heavily on Amon and you guys and Mason and just trying to get your advice on how do I make their money back now? I can't in good conscience keep doing that if I'm not making people's money back. I'll have to stop and pause. Even if I'm making money, I just would feel dirty. But remember the message I sent you the one day? It was just you, and I was saying, here's how much I've spent. Here's how, I've lost all this money, and that's the gamifying I do. Is like what's going out, what's coming in. If I've got these 3 clients, and I have no reason to believe they won't all go through, even Alpida. I'm only about $1,000, $1,500 behind right now. I'm catching up. The car that was way out in front of me, I'm in his rearview mirror. I have paid what I gave you off. That's gone. So now I'm just paying off Facebook. So now it doesn't feel like I don't know how to put this, but like, my previous experience. Like I gave this guy this money and it feels like I just kind of got ripped off. That doesn't feel like a thing now. Like you and I'm good. This investment was good. Now it's on me. Now, whatever the return on investment isn't coming back, it's on me. I got to figure that out. So there was never a part where I was like, it's on you, Koshik. But, there was just that fear of if I give him this money, I'm never going to get it back. Well, I've gotten it back. And I'm catching up on Mark Zuckerberg now. So, yeah.
The
Anyway.
funny thing is, giving Kashyyyk all that money is still less than going to school. And
Yeah.
within the months, you've probably learned a shit ton more that's more valuable and more.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Ryan, the point you're making there is right, because the reason I came to Koshik and I told him this was because I wasn't interested in trial and error. I wanted somebody who had a system that I could put in place. I understood that it wasn't going to be turnkey, that he's just going to give me the keys to the car and I get to turn it on and drive off and make money. I understood that, but think about even if like going to school, paying going to school, how much that would have cost. But I don't have time to go to school. So what I would have done is I would have sat in my office spending thousands of dollars trying to figure it out myself. And one of two things would have happened. I would have got $2,000 or $3,000 in and quit and been in the same place I was, or I would have spent way more than what I paid to Koshik and still been no further down the road because it's all trial and error. The nice thing about this program and Koshik and Mason and you guys is you guys are kind of guide rails on the road, keeping me from driving off the cliff and making this huge mistake. I might bump into the guide rail every now and then, but that's just touching up the paint on the car. It's not replacing the car, which would be a huge expense. So the nice thing about everything here is all the mistakes I'm making, you guys see really quick and go, stop, 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 do this. And that prevents me from a disaster where I would have lost a whole lot more money. So yeah, I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with it. I hope I do well enough that I get to stay in this group forever. Just to be able to talk to you guys and crack a couple jokes and become a guy that can then turn around and see somebody. Because like I said, Ryan, you're a much better looking guy than me, not by much, and it's mostly because of your age. But I saw you in me, and that was the first time in this group where I was like, "Oh, dude, he's in the same." That was me a couple weeks ago, and I just thought I left that call that night thinking if he can just hang on, if he just hangs on, and that's what Koshik was. It was funny. That's what Koshik was saying to me: be patient, just hang on, and then something happened. And then it was like, oh, I see, and yeah, anyway, it's good. It's all cool. I'm talking too much. That was one of the things Koshik gave me about my 3-month feedback. You talk too much. So I'm going to get off of here. You guys have a great night. It's always good talking to you. I really sincerely mean it. I sit in my office all day long by myself. I don't see anybody. And I don't get to talk to anybody unless a client calls or Google calls me to try and make me spend more money on Google ads. So I get to talk to people and have some human interaction, but I really just enjoy seeing everybody's faces and hearing you and learning from you. So I just want you all to know I really appreciate you. So
We
you guys
appreciate
have
it.
a good night.
Of course.
Thank you, Jeremy.
See you.
That guy does talk a lot. I spent, he's gonna watch this back anyways, but I spent 10 months in the recap video. I was like, bro, it takes you an hour to tell a 5-minute story. Love Jeremy. All right. Where are we at?
I thought I talked a lot, but I guess, it is what it is.
You're shy and quiet compared to Jeremy. I think I think we have Ryan next and then Cam. Yeah. Okay. So, so two questions for Mason. Okay, so I'll leave it up to you guys, and I'll chop in after you two chop it up. Then yeah.
I'm ready when you are, Ryan.
Yeah, mate. So,
Oh, do you want me to share
I'm
my screen?
either either. First one is my client just messaged and he said, yeah, he's finally got his card attached to Meta and I've just published the ads for them to start servicing ads. So let's see if we can make them some money or get some clients anyway, which is mean. So that's the first little win. But at the same time, he also messaged and he asked how to stop Go High Level from harassing him, like from trying to constantly upsell him. So obviously, and I think they were doing it to me too for the first month or month and a half, where they were just like constantly trying to call or email and shit. Like, is there a way to stop them from hassling them?
Um, Not that I know of. I've bought Go High Level a long time ago, so they don't really harass me. Um, no, I don't think there's much you can do, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
that I know about at least.
Would it be easier moving forward to get like to hook these guys as a sub account onto my account? Do you reckon, rather than buying their own Go High Level account?
Yeah, that's what I would do if I were you. Now, if they've already established a Go High Level account, then I mean it is what it is. It kind of seems like the case for you. Um, but generally I would stick to the $97 version because you can still have three clients on there. When I say three clients, I mean you have your own sub account, so that's technically one client, and then you have the other two. So, I really wouldn't go ahead and start to have your clients create their own Go High Levels accounts just yet. I would host them inside of your account anyway, in my personal opinion.
Because I can keep adding to them, can't I? I can keep adding sub accounts. I just got to pay for me. So yeah, sweet. So
Right.
I did think about doing that after the fact, but I was like, it's too fucking late now. So is what it is. So I'll just tell them to wait out a month and a half. And then they should die off. At least they did for me.
Yeah, they should.
But that was the first one. Second one. So we need to when someone fills out my calendar, their information goes to the calendar booking, but it doesn't create a contact with their information.
Mm.
So then I would have to manually go in and create a contact with their information. Is there a way to make that automatic? So, because at the moment, my first page in my funnel, there's that
Mhm.
pop up where it's like your name, email address, phone number, and business name. But I'm just wondering if people are getting put off by that, and I kind of want to get rid of it, but I need a way so that the information goes to the contact part.
Okay, so what I would do, just because I want to see what your funnel looks like, why don't you share your
Sure.
screen just so I can see what that
What
looks like, and then I kind of already know what the issue is, so we can fix that quick too. But I just want to make sure that your funnel looks like the way it should.
Ryan, what's stopping you from using um the templated version?
The template version is that you
The one I have I the one that we have as a default, like the one that looks like Cam's and Aman's and everybody's pretty much. Versus you have like the side by side instead of having that. Why not? What's stopping you from doing that? Is there like a specific reason?
did I not change? I thought I might have changed that.
I haven't had a I haven't. Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
so
maybe so you
yes, so this is
still
the
not.
pop-up.
Yeah, it's still not the same.
Nah, that I think it was just because of the size of the logo there. I think I wanted it all in just in one page, so it was easier for them to see rather than below above for the booking. Because it's not.
Because the thing that makes that work is the headline. And right now, as I look at your headline, it says we're solution based, book a call. Um, if you look at, so I'll share.
This should be, so on the top there should be your offer.
Yeah.
basically.
So I'll share kind of my screen with you here. Because this could be one of the things. Because remember, Ryan, you said like, hey, conversion rates XYZ. It's possible that this is one of the reasons. So as a default, this is what we have in place. Um,
Yeah, like it's definitely something in that page that needs to be worked around with. So I'm happy to work around with it.
yeah, I would start here before worrying about. I think I may have mentioned this to you in a Loom video, but like I got to punch Rodarte in the chin for this because this shit's fucking too much. Like this is not ideal. I would say ideal would be both what Amandu and Cam does. Very, very small logo. And this is what does the heavy lifting right here, this. And no pop-up. And
Yep.
then you calendar. And this is all pretty much above the fold. If you
So
mentioned
so when someone books in this calendar and they click on the time and the date, and then it goes, put in your details here, is that information going to your contacts list or is it just going to your calendar? Because for some
It
reason, for me,
goes it
it goes
goes
to
in
the
your
calendar.
it goes in your contact. It goes into both. The way that you have it set up right now is you don't have something enabled because you're using the pop-up to collect the name, email, phone number. So basically what's happening is even they're submitting that and then submitting the next page inside the funnel once they collect the time is creating two separate contacts. And then you're going in and clicking the contact that just filled out the time slot of the information. Then you're like, well, what the hell is their name, email, phone number, right?
Uh, yeah, there's
Okay.
that, but like, it wasn't. So the reason I put up the pop up is because there was no information going from the calendar booking page to my contacts. Like there was nothing. It wouldn't show up.
So go
So
back. So go to your screen. Kushik, let him take over, and then go to your here, I'll just wait for you to have it up. Okay. So just go ahead and click on like the 11th for Wednesday. I just want to see something really quick. And then just click a time. Yep. Okay. So that's your form, right? Koshik, is that like the general form that people are filling out generally?
I think what we're doing is first name, last name, phone number, email, and that's it. I don't think we're even doing an additional information thing. I
Okay.
I can double check if you need me to check right now, if you need me to confirm.
Um, if you want to, you can, but that should, yeah, I just wanted to see what that looked like. Okay, so, um, Ryan, hit go back for me, and then let's go actually into go high level to see what the issue is. So go to contacts for me, and actually, you know what? Do this. Can you send me that page into Slack really quick?
which page? This one?
The one where I can book the call. Or you could just put it right inside Zoom. That works as well.
Fucking chat.
You and Aman got the same problem. You guys got hella tabs. I don't understand. Everybody in here
Bro,
has
I'm so organized now. After you said I had weak tab game,
has all tab weak tag game.
that's what he said. He's like, "Oh, you have weak tab game." Ever since that, bro, literally you look at my shit right now, I'm organized as fuck. I got really hurt when he said that. He's like, "You got weak tab game." I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Man, I'm trying to do too much shit at once. What was it? 4 emails, 4 businesses.
Okay. So
Disgusting.
the first thing I would do is get rid of that pop-up, Ryan.
Yeah.
Well, Mason, I don't know what you're working through with him. He needs my suggestion, Ryan, is just start by just cleaning up to make it look the same as everybody else. That's step one before any automation, before any pop-up, before anything. So we can get rid of any of that variable. So I don't know if the solution, Mason, is like for him to just download the snapshot and start from there, or like whatever. Like I don't know, because like the snapshot, everything's fine. So Ryan, you built this all from scratch, or did you use a snapshot? I think you built it from scratch, right?
This one I built from scratch, yeah.
I would start with the snapshot, Mason. I don't know what's the fastest thing for you and Ryan, but that's where I would start. Because
I mean, you can, but there's only one thing you should really switch, and that's just the pop-up and then putting the logo above and then really just
It's-
changing everything. But if you want to download the snapshot, that can work. But
there's automations and stuff. That's the thing. I'm pretty sure there's like automations and stuff. I don't want him to not have those or have the wrong ones.
yeah, I would download the snapshot then. I don't know if you created those by hand, Ryan, but I would just download the snapshot that already exists.
It's got the events, the everything on there, and then just like swap out the domain. That's
But just like the learning lesson here is basically you have two different forms. You have a calendar form and then you have a form that you've made. So basically those two forms aren't linking up because there's something not enabled called sticky contact.
Oh, yeah.
But that's basically what the issue is. So I would download the template, get rid of this for now, keep the calendar, obviously, because you probably already edited all your settings in there. But then just use that calendar with the template that you download, and that should fix everything. And then if you send that over to me, Ryan, after this call or whatever, I'll manually book in there and then we'll see if it works. But it should.
Things not loading now.
Try refreshing again because sometimes it does that.
so what's brewing through your head, Ryan, as you're working through this with Mason?
Seven a moment. Was it this morning? I don't fucking know, man. I've been up till 12:30 almost every single night this week because everyone wants their videos done before Christmas. The fuckers. But I was thinking like, man, I should have just gone with PTs, personal trainers off the bat.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so I guess so you're thinking that. What about like this funnel and stuff like that? I guess what I'm asking is like, should we work through this funnel then, or should we like work through PT then?
Um, I would happily make the switch. My only like drawback is the creating creating another social media profile for um for PTs and like business. Yeah, I get all that background stuff. I guess like what's the most minimum I can do to offer enough social proof to start being able to work with PTs to be like, yes, this is working. Let's start building. Let's go and register the company. Let's go create the bank account for the company. Let's have the social media going for this company now. Like, because I got so specific with brokers marketing blueprints, like you can't take that name and that makes no sense for PTs, right? And so I guess my question there is what's the absolute minimum I need for us to be able to like let's crack into these PTs?
You don't need
Like
anything.
I could probably just use my personal accounts,
Yeah.
can't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would probably start off there and like us do that for like a month or two. And then from there, you can do a few different things. We can open up another Instagram and brand that appropriately, put some stuff there, or we can take your Instagram and just like change the name of that if you like, hey, if you wanted, or just leave it personal. Like I wouldn't worry too much about that. Like the content that you have is like very athletic and it's like it's the kind of stuff that a personal trainer would look at and be like, yeah, my fucking guy. You know what I mean? Um, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That has been my concern about the Switch. And that's one of the reasons why I delayed. Well, that and the fact that I've been just up every night all day. I'm fucking shattered, to be honest. Trying to get these videos and animation and shit done. But
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, no, but that's been in the back of my mind for the last week since our last talk. There's just that one part. That's been my only hesitation about switching. And why I
Okay.
was like, maybe we just carry on because I've already done all those initial hard yards, building that part up and like officiating everything.
Okay. In terms of going full sprint mode, how far are you from being able to go full sprint mode? with like your current workload and what you currently have?
Oh, bro. Um, I don't know until we're doing it.
So I
Like, I
get
don't.
a better
It's
question.
hard to tell, I
So
guess.
I would say here's a better question. Is like, what do you have in terms of deliverables? I got 3 videos I got to shoot, or I got 2 things I got to edit, and I got to do this, I got to do that. I guess like that's what I'm kind of trying to understand. Like, what do you have on your plate right now?
3. I got 5 videos I need to edit. Which are like, which 3 are around 2-minute long videos. I've just done the hard yards for most of them though. For the like I had to most of this time has been spent doing animation and figuring out all the animation for these guys. So most of the hard work's done for one crowd. Another crowd on the video is pretty basic, and it's like a minute. It'll be about a minute long piece of piss, and then another one's like as a gravel race, like a cycling gravel race that I filmed, and that's about, oh fuck, there's hours of film I got to go through. I think it's like half a terabyte of filming I took that I need to go through and create some kind of epic videos. But that's a bit more of a passion video time thing, so I can't do that stressed or else shit won't flow. So I'd be better spending my time into this. So what do I manage here? I've got 2 days up my sleeve now from this moment because they're reviewing the last 2 videos and the guy who's reviewing them is back for 2 days. So I've got 2 days there that I don't have to touch one crowd, which means I can work on one of the other 2 videos, but it means it also gives me a lot more time to work on this here too. Over these next 2 days, I can go pretty like full tit, and then there'll be some review points come back, and then I'll have to put that on the forefoot, and that'll be another 2 days, and then another 2 days after that, I should be able to jump back to this again, and that's kind of what it's going to look like. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah. So when do you anticipate that being off your plate? In a month's time? When do you anticipate you're like you can completely just focus?
All those videos will be off my plate by Christmas.
Okay. So okay, so that's Chris. So basically, um, in 1 to a little over 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm not going to be spending my entire time doing those between those 2 weeks because they have to, I send them away and then they sit there to review for 24, 48, 36 hours. And so then there's that time where it's like, well, I'm waiting for them. Well, fuck it, I'm cracking into this now.
Okay.
So
And then what do you have anything else going on after that, or like are you pretty much like gung ho ready to rock and roll after that, or do you have other projects and other things?
there's no projects booked in. There is in February, but that's February, man. That's a while away. And even still, that's not too bad. They'll just put me out for about 5 days, I think, in Feb.
Okay. So really, it sounds like you've got a solid month and a half between December into February,
Yeah,
at least. So just go ham.
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in a month and a half time, bro, like you can close like 2, 3 deals, no problem, if not more. Um, I think the best thing, so I guess my question to you is, so my suggestion is going to be like if we do this personal trainer thing, we go gung ho, it's just filming the ads. That's it. That's all you got to do. You just got to film the ads, fucking launch them, and you don't even really need a funnel. I mean, we can try one. It's not like fucking the calls start coming right away. You can ask Mason, the trial funnel that we ran for him back in 2023, I think. I don't know when we ran it, but he was getting book call like very fast.
Yep.
So, um, uh, so I guess my question to you is like, what made you want to make the switch, by the way?
It was kind of the realization of I actually have a bit of passion about personal training, and I can build a portfolio. I can build an Instagram, I can build a social media, and I can build a social presence from fitness because I've been doing it most of my life anyway, and I haven't put any effort into it. It's just kind of like naturally sort of happened. But if I put some put a little bit of effort behind that passion, there's a lot more drive and there's a lot more compelling for me to build a brand that makes it, and there's a lot more like I'm not passionate about mortgage broking and getting lending and getting finance. Like I just saw it as an opportunity, as like a gap in the market, as a way to. But there's nothing about it that's like, apart from me buying my second house and looking at trying to get lending, for potential businesses in the future. I've got no real knowledge base. I got no real passion about it. It was purely just an opportunity I thought I might be able to jump onto, but I haven't had the mental capacity to jump onto it and learn it. With things like personal training, fitness, I already know, on the back of my hand. Like I've grown up with it. I've competitive racing, competitive exercising, rugby, cycling, mountain biking, basketball, squash, fucking motocross, you name it, I've done it basically. So like,
I think it's a much better. Like I think it's a much better route for you. And two, I think we're much more equipped to help you. Like I think that makes a difference. Us, how equipped we are, and the wisdom we can give you is going to be far more with that. So I think that's the right one. I just kind of wanted to hear what was brewing your head. So it's like, so in that case, I mean, like it doesn't really make a whole bunch of sense to spend a bunch of time and energy on this funnel then, and just like we just nip in the butt, just say fuck it then. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'll keep trying to work with this crowd that I've got in New Zealand, because I've literally just started the ads today with them, and I want to see if it works.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't work, they're just going to kick me to the curb anyway. So it makes no difference.
Yeah.
But because it's kind of at a stage where it's like, okay, your money's paid. I've done all the creation for you. Let's see if it works. If it does work, sweet. Then I'll say, hey, look, I've decided to go a different way. I'm glad I could get you some results. You've got your funnel all set up. Everything's good for you to go and carry on yourself, or you can get someone else in. Here's who I recommend, but I'm going to step away from this. I don't mind doing that. If I get the results, and if I don't get the results, slap on the wrist. Hey, you wasted some of our money and our time. Sorry, guys. Like I'm not. Couldn't work it out for you. So.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, then give me a little bit of time. I'll probably create a Loom video for you just to like get us recalibrated and just like plan of action. Let's focus on this every single week. These is kind of the game plan.
Yeah, bro.
Cool. So in that case, man, it's really just let's put the stuff aside, do what you got to do, and then let's start scripting out some ads. And I'm gonna go over some of these ads that I do recommend, and we can just write those out. We can start typing those out. When you find some time, we can go film them, and we'll just kind of take it from there.
I got about 48 hours where I can get them filmed. So if we could get a script up, at least 2 scripts up, I can get 2 filmed.
Like, okay, so in that case, I mean, I'll go and just message this to you. I want to create some course material on it. But it's the problem Mongit ad. So I mean, if you can watch it and kind of understand and then type something out, that would make things easier for me, because then I can view it and then tell you like, yep, that you got it bang on in terms of understanding the pattern. I would film that one. Yeah, I would do something that, yeah, I would do that one. Mason, do you have your ad from back in the day? The one that we used to get people to follow you, or the free trial or whatever?
Yeah, I should have it. I'd have to like look for it, but I probably have it.
Okay. Can you send that to Ryan?
I sure can.
When you're mentioning that you wanted to stay away from the free trials, or that was kind of a bit of a you decided it wasn't the best move for PT doing the free trials?
So when we were doing the PTs, the problem is that the thing is it's if you want to just for you, Ryan, I want to just get your results, man. I just want to get you, I want you to get some results. I want you to get some momentum, and then from there we can build. It's like baby steps, right? And the thing is, so you have 2 different kinds of funnels. So if we do, can you see my screen, or are we looking at your screen?
Sorry, that's my screen. I'll stop you.
So if we try to do like an ad to like a calendar page, to like a thank you page, and then from there we do like a sales call, discovery call, right? Like this is the traditional funnel. This is what everybody's doing, right? This is what Cam's doing, Alman is doing, everybody's doing. The problem with this is that it's very like personal trainers, like everybody's trying to sell to them. So they've seen this funnel a bajillion times and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna fall for that shit. Versus what Mason did is like add to DM, and then he was just saying it's like a free trial. The problem is, what if you have somebody that sucks balls? You know what I mean? And then what if you have somebody that, you know, they suck balls, or two, the other problem was Mason wasn't like fully aware how to get people results back then.
If I was to do this actually again, I actually probably would go the free trial route just because I have a strategy I think would work like 100% of the time, even if they suck balls.
That was the
I get
big problem. So now the key, and I made spoke about this literally last week. I was talking about what are the inputs that create the emotional output that's going to cause somebody to pay you. So what's going to happen is if you do this trial, this is what I was like really harping Mason about. I was like, your operating has to be dialed in, da da da. We have to really focus on these inputs that create the emotional output that's going to get people to want to pay. With you, the reason I'm not worried about you is one, Mason is much better at getting results now. One, and then two, you're good at sales. That's what you have going for you. So even though this shit's more difficult for the average person, again, like it was difficult for Mason because he wasn't as good at sales back then, that I think you are. I think you're going to be able to do an ad. You're going to be able to get a conversation going very easily. You're going to be able to push people to this trial. And because Mason's shit works, you're going to be able to get people results so long as you can motivate them, inspire them to actually do the fucking work. And then from there, because you're good at sales, you're going to be able to push these people over to work with you.
Okay.
It's a more tedious process in terms of like closing a deal because here you don't have to do any trials. You're just like, fucking, you want my shit or no? But I think if you do this and you get yourself three, four clients, you get yourself some momentum, get yourself some results, you'll be like, fuck yeah. You're gonna start feeling pretty good. And then from there, we can maybe pivot to this if you want to pivot to that, or we just fucking keep going gung ho on this shit.
But I get it.
That's what's
Cool.
That's what I think would be the right move. Another part of me was kind of deciding we create the ads in a way where the call to action both fits into here and it fits into here. So we can create the ad once and then we can build both these funnels and test them both. Again, I don't want to confuse you, but so you film it and then we're literally going to run this ad and run this and just kind of see. And my theory is that it's not going to work here. And so we'll just fucking turn this shit off and just keep this going. That's what my theory is. Does that make sense, Ryan?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So step one, again, I have to sleep on this. This is why I want to create a little video for you. But in my mind, what is working out is we create these ads. One call to actions for this funnel, which is like, hey, if that all sounds good to you, click the button below, book a call, and let's chat. This ad, the whole ad is exact same. The call to action is simply click the button below and shoot me a DM, me this keyword, and we'll go and do this trial for you. So this one is booking it to a sales call. This one is DM you. From there, we just see, so that's step one. Step two is we just see which one's fucking working. Is this working or is this working? If this is not working, we just cancel this shit and we just go on this. And then from there, you're just doing what Mason is saying to get people results. And then we're working on sales. This
Yeah.
is what I think is going to happen, most likely. Most likely this is going to happen because this is going to be too expensive. My theory is. Thoughts? Make sense? Okay, cool. How do you feel about that?
I'm way more excited about it.
Good. Good. Good.
I'm kind of pissed off at myself. We didn't do it earlier, but if I think it's a part of the learning curve.
It's part of the
So it
learning
is what it is.
It is what it is. You're right. All right, cool. Good. What else you got for us in terms of questions, and bro?
Oh, nothing now.
All right, good. All right, so
Scrap the other part.
yeah, good. All right, then I'll send Ryan a loan of game plan.
I had another win today too. Last night when I was up to midnight, I also found an animator for me. So
Okay.
I've got an official animator I can work with that does good work. It's not too expensive.
How'd you find him?
I reached out on the Facebook page and I had a couple of people reached out to me. But some of them were real shit at getting back and just real hard to talk to. This guy was just real fast, real positive, fuck, he flicked back result. Like I got in touch with him yesterday afternoon to do this job and by midnight he had it back to me.
Good.
That was fucking mean. So what it means is just opens up my time too, which is great. Takes the
Good.
load off.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Um, anything else you got for me or Mason?
Nah, I'll probably reach out regarding the crew who I'm servicing, the mortgage brokers who I'm servicing at the moment in 24 hours, just to see what their current everything's looking like, and then just get your opinion on it, on the next move. Because ideally I still want to get them results. I guess it'll probably make me feel better, but at the same time, it shouldn't be too much of like, it shouldn't be a too time tedious thing, because all the graphics and everything's done, all the writing's already done. It's just switching and swapping places and who they're targeting.
Okay. So you have to set, so you haven't launched the ads yet. Did you basically
Oh
create?
yeah, I've
you
launched,
have?
launched like an hour and a half ago. I
Oh,
think Facebook is still like publishing it,
yeah.
but it's official.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess then we'll kind of see what's going on tomorrow and kind of take it from there. Then if there's anything that jumps out at me, I'll definitely let you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
but obviously not the main focus now.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, cool. I'll be on a lookout for that. What else you got for me?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. If that's all, then I'll go ahead and move on to Cam. If you have more questions, you can kind of stick around. Cool.
Yep.
Mr. Cam, you didn't type in questions today.
No,
Got none, or you got a bajillion?
no, I don't think I really have any. I'm gonna be turning my ads back on, I think tonight for the first time in a long time, like since I kind of rewrote everything after people were really aggressive about the price. Um, so that's exciting. I kind of am at a point now where I have Michael. I'm just praying to God that Michael's situation isn't just location, like it's just for some reason a golden snitch where he's at. Um, and I don't know, I just feel pretty confident that I can take what I'm doing with Michael and just me and Michael and Amon were working on AI. So the main thing that happened with Michael versus the husband and wife that got just all those cancellations and it didn't work out was that she was just horrible at nurturing. Like when the leads came in, she wasn't there for the speed to lead. She sometimes put names all the way to the non-interested section without even trying, just by the look of their name. Like there, she put like 10 in that system. So I'm trying to figure out a system to make it so an idiot that comes in, like I don't even have to think about if I like my clients or not. It's just selling, 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 selling because my system works. And I thought that that was AI. If I can figure out an AI bot that I can train well enough, where as soon as the lead comes in, it nurtures them and it actually books straight into their calendar, that'd be huge. Because the biggest part of the problem for me is making sure that the human is doing what I tell them to do. But if I can just tell a bot that does it maybe even better than the human and no humans are involved, that is just like a let's just decide how much ad spend we put in and you're going to see your calendar book. It just depends now how well we can sell once we're at the house, and retain them from when the call gets booked up to when the job is completed, which if I'm doing exactly what which Michael is doing, as long as it's not for sure the location and the reminders and all that stuff and the automations after they book are the same, then I think it's like a golden run. I think it's like a red carpet for me. I just have to sell some calls and pray that it's not a location thing for Michael. And even if it is, that's just another problem that I got to solve. But I'm confident that I have a couple of ads in place now where after I duplicate the ad set enough, I'm not like there's not a couple days there where they're just getting bad results. I can switch out the creative. Like I have some stuff in my bag now. Um, I'm confident in like I mean, I worked with Michael, like the $1,000 trial, which is so much easier to sell. I know obviously it's not what you recommend for all the reasons that I know, but the fact that I can take Michael at $1,000, as long as I get them results and it makes sense to continue on and they can see the long-term vision and they have stuff to look forward to, if I do the 1 month review proper, and lay out what's to come and why they need me, is like show them the end goal that Michael watched that and he's like, yeah, dude, like that was exactly where I see myself. Like your vision lines perfectly with my vision. Um, And we are starting to get to the point now where we have enough data where Michael's like, I know that if we spend this much ads, this amount, it's probably going to bring in this amount of leads. But more so, he knows that if we get in 50 leads, we're going to get 10 jobs out of it. I think his ratio right now is like 40%, like all the leads that come in, he converts, which is ridiculous. And I'm hoping to train the AI bot based off of exactly what Michael's doing. And me and Michael are working on the AI bot together. Like Michael's super open to like all this stuff and it's for him. So he's like, I kind of told him, I was like, I like to make AI bots with the business owner because I don't want to think a bot's perfect and then we launch it for your business. It's your business after all. It's someone that we're creating to communicate with your customers. It's your face that we're trying to protect. So I find it to be better with him. So Michael's like, oh yeah, of course. But I'm using Michael because Michael's just a genius. And I feel like if Michael knows what's wrong and what would be better for the AI bot to communicate, because he's closing jobs left and right. Like he's like making food, he's closing jobs. But I'm like, think about if Michael wasn't even there, we had an AI bot where there's no humans involved. It's costing me $97 a month for like 10 different clients. I don't know. I think it's as long as this goes well, it's like I don't know. I think I just got really lucky here, but
Like,
it's feeling good because I'm starting to be able to actually teach sales in a house now, and I'm like, oh, that is all I'm here for. It's like I love teaching sales, and now because that's my whole thing. It's like I was bullshitting up until this point. Like I get you into a house, and then once you're into a house, I can teach you how to squeeze the juice out of every house. Now me and Michael actually have a system that's getting them into houses. Now it's like, let's see how much money we can make on these houses and still walk away with a 5-star review, which I'm starting to kind of get into. So it's super exciting. But yeah, I just got to get more clients now.
what I guess I didn't know where you were in the journey because from when you and I first met, the thing I told you, I was like, oh, you got something. And the reason I said that is because of what you told me in terms of sales and, turning a whatever ticket into like an $800, $900 ticket. Um, what has prevented you? It sounds to me like you haven't really coached the guys on that stuff or you haven't gone heavy. Like, how many conversations would you say you've had with Michael to help him regarding sales? Like an hour, 2 hours? How much have you realistically poured into him? So in terms of time, how much have you realistically poured into him? 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever, in terms of sales versus what do you think is actually required to his full potential in terms of what you can help the guys with?
Um, like yesterday, we dumped like 3 hours into just a pure sales check-in. I don't know, maybe like 5 hours total, just like bits and pieces before yesterday's 3 hour meeting.
Gotcha. And so how
And what's required?
based off of your interaction with Michael, like you put in 5 hours, it sounds like 3 of those 5 hours have been very recent. So the 2 hours were scattered, so it's not much sales training you gave him. How much total time does he need with you to learn what you know to start having the success that you were having? The reason I'm asking,
In a time, or like you're asking me time wise?
here's what I'm getting at. It goes back to that equation. The cost per acquisition plus COGS times 2. I'm wondering how much you're making him right now versus what it could be. What are you making him on average per customer versus what it can be? If on average you're making him like $300, and what we're coming to realize is, okay, with Cam's sales skills, and if Cam really gives these people all the shit they need to know, instead of charging, $300, they're going to be charging 3 grand. That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering how far you can take these people. That's what I'm ultimately getting at.
I'd say I would say I could get the average client, regardless of where they're at probably like around the 600 to 800 mark average, like on each house they go to, if they implement everything. I'd say that's like a pretty fair, you're gonna lose some and win some ratio, even if you're doing exactly what I teach.
Where's he at right now? So 600 to 800 is what you can get him to. Where's he at right now?
Um, so the baseline is 249 and that includes everything. So that's everything, ducts, furnace, and then all the upsells would be everything that gets added on top of the 249. So he said that he's slowly starting to see his ticket move up. Because he's starting to get more comfortable and he's getting more reps in. So he's getting more comfortable. He's like, oh, I know how to clean a house with my eyes closed. Now I can actually start to focus on something I'm more uncomfortable with, which is sales. So he's starting to sell Sani, which is like $100, and then the blower motor cleaning, which is like $150. He said, I think at the start, his his average ticket was just the 249 straight up, and now he's starting to see it to go to like the 350, 400 mark. And we just did our sales training yesterday, so he hasn't even really implemented. I made like a whole Loom video for him, like a full-on crash course of exactly what I do in a house, from like taking the pictures. You got to let the customer know you're going to be coming up to them with a home inspection at some point throughout the call. So when you do come up to them at the end of the call or during the cleaning, they're not surprised and they know what to expect. Just all of it. Well, literally all of it in one Loom video.
What is
Sent that
what
over to him to review.
what is your current cost per acquisition for him right now?
Oof. Let's see. Cost per, it's around $70.
That's really cheap. And then what is this cost for service for the average $250 house or $250 offer? What is this average cost? Gas,
Um,
city, anything.
I don't know, like maybe $20. He says he does a full week's worth, or he says he does a full like 2 weeks worth of work, and he only has to fill up his tank once, and he just drives a pickup truck. That's not the typical, like most people have a van and stuff, but Michael's laughing in terms of gas. And after that, I don't think his equipment's breaking yet, so it's just gas is what he has to do in terms of maintaining his equipment so far.
Holy shit.
Um,
You're telling me that your cost per acquisition is $70 to get him a deal. He spends about $20 in cost of service. So he's all in $90 to service a client. He's all in $90. So $90 times two, basically he needs to collect only $180 to be like good.
He's collecting 247 from the first
Two,
one, right?
247 from the get-go. If we take that motherfucker to 700,
500.
holy shit. Yeah, man.
the
That's
profit margins in duct cleaning is disgusting, especially when you're doing like the rig that he's got, which is just like he's not doing like the best way to do a duct cleaning. Most people have like full on HVAC trucks where if it breaks, it's like a $5,000 fix, but Michael's just doing his own little portable thing until he can buy a truck. So
so you're like, man, Cam, I don't know how the fuck you like, I don't like, did you like eat like you're probably the luckiest person I've seen in a very long time. Um, Here's what I mean, your numbers are like just luckily fantastic. When you figure out sales with him, it's gonna be insane. Clients will never want to leave you if you can keep doing this. Um,
yeah, I mean, I think the AI bot is going to be huge for that. As long as it's not, I
start
think it's going to be worth putting in like 6 hours, however long it takes to make an AI bot. Like, oh God, it's a damn succulent beast closing these jobs, and it doesn't mess up the bookings. You just got to wake up. I'm ideally in a world which I think is just around the corner for me. As long as I spend some more time on training the AI bot, is just I can
figure
be
out
asleep, my client can be asleep. They're going to wake up with jobs booked as long as the ads are converted.
that's insane to me. Here's if I were you, I mean, this is already like so good. Um, if I were you, focus on sales to get him up to like this number. And then two, what I want you is I want you to start thinking about reoccurring revenue. Okay. I want you to start thinking about reoccurring revenue that can be baked into a customer that they just pay. I don't know what it is, like some kind of health inspection, some kind of like product that's sent to their house on a monthly basis, something like that. That's just easy. Start thinking about that. And then once you have a few ideas, just like send that to me. And then
So, wait, so, all right, can you say that again? I'm a bit confused as to what you're looking for.
so for example, everybody in here that stays within our program uses Go High Level, right? And so if anybody
Mhm.
uses Go High Level, I get a kickback from that. Right? So it's something that's sticky, it's reoccurring. That's the best money you can ever make in your life. I promise you. It's reoccurring sticky money that you don't have to ever work extra for again. So what I'm saying is that their average customer is worth going to be worth like $700. They only need to be worth $180. So this is going to be massive for you. Now you can take it from 700 to like 2K. How do you do that? You do that by getting the customers to do something like pay $10 per month or I don't know, $30 per month for like years.
Yeah, there's a Michael's
And if you
Michael kind of opened up my eyes to something. He's tried to be Michael's kind of like a geek, and he kind of loves like figuring stuff out. So he's figured out a way to drop ship private labeling static filters. So essentially, instead of just a regular filter, which typically is just you toss out and you have to buy a new one, you put it in, toss out the one that gets, and as soon as it gets old, you do the same thing. Michael's private labeling filters from like Alibaba or somewhere else. He puts his logo on it and it gets sent to the customer. So he sells them instead of you having to replace your filter every single time, go to the stores, pay for gas, put in a new one, maybe even get the size wrong. I can order
Right.
you a custom filter that's static, that lasts you forever.
Yeah.
And it won't be here today, but you pay today and I'll custom order. It'll be exactly for your furnace. When it gets here, you just slide it in. You won't have to get a disposal filter ever again. So
That's
that's
not
kind
what
of like, that's not what you're talking about.
no, it's a good start. You want that, but you want them to need to buy it every single month or for the rest of their life.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult because like with my parents' company, it's like, see, I'm on. He was kind of talking about what my dad does, like subscriptions, but he's got a service side and an install side. So it's pretty much like weekly check-ins. Like you don't want your furnace breaking before winter, even if it's still going. You want to make sure that it'll survive winter. So tune-ups for your furnace is super huge. But for an air duct cleaner, it's like it's every 3 to 5 years that you're going to want to get a duct cleaning. That's what they would recommend. I recommended 2 to 3 years just to squeeze it a bit further when I was a duct cleaner. But in terms of a need that they could get from a duct cleaner,
It doesn't have
there's
to
not
be
really
a
much you can do.
doesn't have to be a need. It's just, again, I'm not trying to be ethical here. I'm just telling you how to be the best businessman, which is to get them to buy a thing that they believe that they need to spend money on every 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So, for example, if I were him, selling them, again, I'm just giving you an example here, but here would be the right thing to do. If I were him, here's what I would do. What I would do is I would try to get them to buy into this filter thing and understand, like, oh, for example, plastics. You know how much plastics you breathe every single month, and you know how much it's disrupting your hormones and everything like that. There's nothing in the world industry that will fix the plastic issues, unlike these filters. But here's the thing with the filters. Now, you can have us come back once every 5 years, but it's still not good enough. You have to really swatch these out every month. And so if you sign up for this thing for the low price of $30 a month, what we'll do is we'll ship these out to you every so month. You simply have to replace them. It'll cost you 2 minutes, but it'll make the world of difference in terms of your hormones, and it'll allow you to live another 30 years. And every so month, they get those filters shipped out to them. Boom, boom, boom. Every so month. That's like you getting paid for Go High Level affiliate commission from your client. It's the same thing. Imagine you sign up Michael right now to Go High Level, and he never stopped running his business for the next 30 years, and he pays Go High Level $97 a month, and you get back $40 every so month. That's what you're trying to accomplish. This is the next level, and this is the highest level. So,
Okay. So I don't know if I maybe missed that last part. I'm just a bit confused because like for me, it's like I think it would be filters. That's the only thing I can really think of. Um,
don't rush it. Think about it. This is literally
okay.
$1 million question. It's not something you just like. It's literally $1 million question. This will make you $1 million if you really think about it.
Okay, and the question is, what can we sell the homeowner while they're there that is something that they would want on reoccurring, whether it be like 30 days, 90 days?
The keyword is sticky. Sticky. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, are these air ducts, are any of them visible? Can you sell like covers and shit, add covers on, like personalized covers to any of these air ducts?
Yeah, sometimes people like a magnetic. Sometimes you'll see magnetic ones, but your grate has to be metal. So you put it over top, and the paint job on top looks like a fake air duct, so it's not ugly, but it blocks the heat, so it forces the heat to go to a different room that doesn't get as good of airflow. That's kind of the point of them. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, kind of. It's just along those lines of like you've got filters, or what are the other kind of disposable, renewable aspects can you use that you can put as a
Yeah.
reoccurring cost or like a
Yeah.
reoccurring?
Yeah, humidifier pads are big. In terms of reoccurring, like the magnetic thing wouldn't, I don't know, it's super like subjective, but I guess that doesn't really matter. The filters are you need to replace them every quarter is what it's recommended to do.
And here's the crazy thing. You could fucking make this shit berserk. Okay, here's how you fucking really blow this shit up, right? So what you do is you, for example, create this product yourself through Alibaba or some shit. It costs you like $10, okay? And then you get them to sell this for $30 a month. And then you give them 50% of the profits. So they're literally your salesman, and you just tell them, hey, John or Michael, you sell this thing $30 a month, which is 1236. That's 3,600 per month. I'm sorry, 3,600, $360 per year times you get 10 people on this. That's 3,000, that's $3,600 times 0.5, which is about 15, about $1,700. So yeah. So the sales pitch is this. Hey, Michael, I want you to sell this thing $30 per month. I'm going to give you 50% of the profits. And so what he's going to do is he's going to end up basically making $1,700 from like 10 customers, just passive forever. And the thing is, he's happy about that, but so are you, because not you don't have 10, you have like fucking 100, 1,000. Imagine 1,000 people, bro, and that you make 1,500. I'm sorry, imagine 1,000 people that you make with profit margins and everything, about $13 a month times $13 a month times 1,000 people. You can do that. You will care more about this money than the $2,000 that they're gonna be paying monthly. This is where the secret sauce is. I don't know if this is making any sense to you.
Yeah,
Do you-
yeah. So start my own kind of drop shipping thing and frame it as like a company who will send you filters and we each split the profit.
It's you're making money from your clients, then you're making money from your clients directly.
Right.
You're
Okay.
basically getting a company to pay you for your marketing fee, and then they're also paying you for you selling them their shit. It's kind of crazy.
Right. And they would want to do that because they're like, it's sticky for me as well. So it's like we both, and I'm not even doing the work to sell it. I just got to create the thing that they can sell. Okay. Yeah, that because the main thing with filters also is like everyone, I don't know if you guys like have furnaces where you guys are at or it's something, some other system, but you go to Canadian Tire or Home Depot or like Rona to get your air duct filters. So it'd be kind of, but I think you just have to focus on like the sales pitch of hey, they should deliver it. And I would train them on that.
Do you remember the Frank drink bottles?
Mm-mm.
You guys, was there a big craze over in the States or in Canada? You know, like the like a decent sized drink bottle, and all the girls with their fucking Fitspo gear walked around. They're like Frank. The brand was Frank. Maybe it was just New Zealand and Australia. It went fucking massive, at least in the Southern Hemisphere. The stupid thing about them is that they didn't fit in the car's cup holders, right? Because the bottles are like too thick.
Right.
What someone did is at Bunnings, or what you guys would be like your Home Depot, was just a bit of plastic PVC pipe that any plumber would use, actually fit in the bottle, but then it was a reduced size at the bottom and it fit into their car holder. So this little plastic PVC pipe that you get from your Home Depot for fucking, I don't know, $3. Someone was then changing the colors of it, putting their label on it, and then selling it online to all these Fitspo girls and everyone who had these Frank drink bottles. All the plumbers were getting absolutely fucking fuming because they didn't have these reducers in Bunnings or their Home Depot store anymore. They couldn't get them for their actual job, for people's pipes, because all the, teeny bopper girls, all their Fitspo clothes have fucking got them in their cars for their drink bottles. So same concept. You could take something super basic. It could be the screws. It could be the fan that that if the fan is visible at all or whatever, something to make it a bit more aesthetically pleasing, and just sell the shit to Fitspo girls because they buy up anything. Same sort of concept.
Yeah.
That's true.
Just
Yeah, I mean, the main problem is like regarding the filters, we're kind of like my husband goes out, he had to go like 3 times, and every time he came back, it was the wrong size, and then he got the one, he finally found the right one, and it wasn't the right quality, and it's just like a pain in the ass. You gotta pay for I'm like, you could pay the same amount to take gas to go buy those filters to pay that $30 and they get dropped off on your front door. So that's kind of the business that I think I would want to create in terms of like the commission split. It's like it'll get delivered right to your front door. You don't have to think about changing out your filter. You just know as soon as this thing hits your door, oh, it must be time to change my filter because it's every 3 months. If you're a responsible homeowner, that's what you should be doing to maximize like your air quality. Yeah, there's ways I can play with that and spin it, but
Don't get
yeah,
stuck on,
that's
don't get stuck
yeah,
on.
I won't. I got some other stuff to prioritize, but that's a good idea to put on the back burners for sure.
No. No. That's not what I meant. What I meant is don't get stuck on it has to be filters that do the recurring revenue. Definitely get stuck on this idea. Definitely.
Oh, okay. All
It,
right.
it doesn't have to be filters, but it has to just think about it. It's very important. It'll help you a lot.
All right.
It's just got to be so like, you know, again, if it becomes this really complex thing, it's hard. Guys can't go do it. Like, yeah, it's not gonna fucking work. It's gotta be an easy peasy thing. Easy peasy thing.
All right.
So anyway,
Yeah.
wow, we went like super off. I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about, but
Um,
oh, you were just telling us about stuff. You were just telling us like giving us an update. Yeah.
yeah. For that model that you're talking about, how would the exchange come, or would it just be like when you're at the house, you just add it onto the bill, whether it's like $30 for the first set or whatever? They don't sign up for anything. You just have their address now. So after work, you would want to take that $30 that they just gave you and put it in. Because I was just trying to think about like, would you have to sit them down and give them my website, and then have to, I feel like that's a hurdle, but no, it would just be they pay for it and you do it on the back end.
Don't worry about that. Like that stuff
All
is not
right.
right now. But down the road, we'll probably have something like you can have something as simple as like a website. You get the card details, you plug it in, and you set up stuff. Like, don't worry about it right now. Like, we'll figure out how to do the systems and the tech and all that stuff down the road. Just focus on what to sell for now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Cool. Yeah, I might run that idea by my dad to see if he's got any ideas too, because he thinks like that.
Good. What else do you have in terms of questions? You got something for me? You got something for, I'm sorry, do you got something for Mason?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay. No,
I got me and Rodarte and Riviera, both the Daniels, we did the testimonial thing. I think you gave Rodarte that when we ran with it. So it turned out really well. I haven't done anything with the footage, but in terms of like how genuine they were, I think it's believable. One thing I was thinking about though to utilize that is in between the discovery call and the demo call. I think that's what Arte's using it for. But I was thinking about, I just wanted to run the idea by you. Right now, I kind of have it where it's like at the very end of my discovery call, before I leave them, I've already taught them, like educated them on Zoom, how it's going to go, the date, and all that. Before I let them go, before this, I was kind of saying, is it okay if I like send you a couple ads to your personal number that we've been texting on back and forth, just to kind of get your preference to see which way you lean. They're both very high performing. It's just nice to see which one you prefer or whatever. But I was thinking about switching that out to is somewhere in the conversation after getting to know them even a little bit, being like, you really remind me of Dan, like I don't know, one of the Daniels. Would it be okay with you if I sent one of the testimonials that he actually, well, I don't know what I'll say, but I don't know how should I say it? But my idea is pretty much just sending them a testimonial of Daniel, and my motivation is you really remind me of someone who's in the exact same place, who's actually one of our clients. Would it be okay if I sent a testimonial that he was good enough to give us to your number?
yeah.
And that would kind of be the touch point.
Yeah, that could work. I've said that before as a few examples, and that could totally work. Well, if I were you, it's just the question with you is again, I think your situation is very different than Rodarte's and very different than Riviera's. Um, and so before you try to do something different, I think you just need to turn your ads back on and just see what that happens after you have more volume to see where this comes in play. Because if you had something that was already working, Cam, like why break, you know what I mean? Why try to fix something that's not broken? You know, does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah,
You're,
it
you're already
does.
you're already closing deals at a relatively high rate. So why would you inject something that could like fuck up your machine?
Yeah, you're right.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
So I would
I think I'm just stalling. I don't want to turn on my ads yet.
what it is.
But yeah, I gotta get my hands dirty here. It's been like 2 months.
If a better place to use it, in my opinion, is going to be ads. And this is what I was saying. And again, Mason brought up a good point, which is just that what if, you know, your faces are all seen by like actual HVAC and duct cleaning business owners? And that's a good
Yeah.
um so I don't know if you can plug his video in and change, I don't know, do something with AI to make his face look slightly different. I don't know.
I was thinking about even like contacting like because that whole thing that we did, I could do that with any one of these fellas because everybody's gonna benefit from a testimonial as long as they benefit. So I was like, well, might just reach out to everybody who's in here and see if they'll grab because we both benefit the same way. Um, I don't know. And
I yeah. Yeah, I would just again, just turn your ads back on. Let's see what happens. And then from there, figure out. That's what I like to do things. In my life, I just fucking do shit. And then I try to figure out, okay, how can I leverage this? So you already filmed it. Don't think to yourself, you must use it. Just go do your sales calls. And then if it becomes applicable, then we'll then share it somewhere within your sales process. Don't try to force it.
Right. Okay. And what do you guys recommend in terms of, is it just completely subjective, whatever I think is fine, or do you guys recommend doing like only one sales call every single day just so you can kind of really be there for it and give it your best shot? Because I feel like if I have two, my mind's gonna be a bit swirly. I'm not gonna be able to be. I'm gonna forget the facts of. I don't really know, but I know that you, Koshiki, kind of say that like, you try to do like one a week, I think, or something.
Oh,
So I was wondering.
If you heard the number of sales calls I do, you would puke. You don't want to know the number of sales or discovery calls I do. The amount of sales and discovery calls I did is very different than what I do now.
Okay. So you're saying
I,
just go ham?
for you, what I would say is just fucking go ham. Like push yourself to the limit. I saw a
Yeah.
really go by Ramosi the other actually like today, and he said, commit to 90 days working no off, 12-hour days, just to see what you can do. Just to see what you're capable of. I thought that was a really good idea. I'm not
Yeah.
necessarily, but what
I
I'm
got
saying,
the baby coming on February 1st, so I think I'm thinking about. I mean, I obviously got it priorities before that a little bit, but thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Yoshi. I gotta kind of prioritize my time that I have now before that. So I'm thinking about just like putting a blindfold on and just start crushing these calls and see what pops out on the other side before the baby, and then
when's the baby coming?
February 1st could be before, could be after, but
You're
hoping
probably
it's after.
you're
Is it your
probably
first, bro?
Yeah, number one.
Brian's like, yeah.
You can bank on essentially basically the first 3 months you're going to be useless.
I'm gonna be useless.
Yeah, in all aspects of your life. You're going to be useless in the fact that you can't really help with the baby because you don't have tits where it can feed from.
Yeah, right.
Type situation. You're going to be up most nights, unless you can sleep through a baby crying. You're going to be up most nights, and then you're going to be doing all the errands and the cooking as well on top of that for the first 3 months, which is basically just going to kill your drive to either do any sort of fitness and to do work as well. So you got to be real gentle on yourself for those first 3 months because it is incredibly difficult to try and do everything because you're just physically exhausted from the lack of sleep, like from sleep deprivation and just the kind of the extra load that you have to take on because your partner is spending like majority of the time now looking after this little fucking thing that's basically a
Yeah.
potato that needs to be latched onto to survive. So words of wisdom, that's my one little like just watch
So
out
all I
for that.
heard there, all I heard there was I gotta move before February 1st.
Yeah, and then be nice to yourself for the first 3 months.
What do you mean be nice? Like do all the hard work before that, hopefully get some clients with a system that's like very hands off for me, and then or
Yeah. Try and limit the amount of work you can do. When I say be nice, I mean like don't beat yourself up for not being as productive in the work side of it.
gotcha.
Because you're mentally like it's already hard for males for like a mental health standpoint with the fact that we've we've created this baby, but there's not really much we can do to help, so we feel very useless, and it takes a toll mentally on you. As far as like you don't, it's like you're like, what am I even doing here? I'm useless. That already takes a toll onto you. Plus, you got the sleep deprivation. Plus that you're struggling to get more work in because of that. So it's like, be kind to yourself, knowing that for 3 months, you got to take a load off work. Don't push as hard with work, and just know that even though you're not going to be super useful towards the kid, it will come eventually down the line. So be kind. It takes a full toll. Like it's pretty drastic.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think so. Being very realistic, then, if we're gonna, say 3 months, you're, just chill and stuff like that. If I were you, man, the sooner you can turn your fucking ads on and go ham, bro. Like, I would be going ham from all of December, all of January. I'm sorry, all of December, and then maybe a week of January. Because you're gonna need like 3 weeks to like make sure your clients are good, everything is good. If you close multiple clients, that is. This way you're
Mm.
prepared, like, Ryan is saying. If I could, I would do 2 hard months and then 1 month of chill and then have the baby. Of course you can't, so you control that. Um, so
Yeah. Okay, so
um,
maybe I think I have like 3 weeks here to just crush it and then do what I can, and then hopefully Michael keeps on paying me if it goes bad. But go hard for 3 weeks. Take the next 3 weeks to try to get all my clients on a level of we don't need to hop on a call every hour, and then hopefully it's just recurring revenue as long as I get a system that's going.
so go ham, man. Like, I don't know how much you close, like 3 deals in 2 weeks or whatever. What did you do last time? And how
Yeah,
much
I
were
think
you?
I closed 3 deals in like the span of 4 days, which was super cool. I was going hard there though.
So how much
Um,
were you spending per day on ads back then?
um, I think I might have been doing 20 and 20 for my top two highest converting ads. So 40
So,
bucks a day.
so if you can commit to, and in my experience, it's $50 a day, one book call per day. Yeah, if you can commit to that for 3 weeks, if not more, I'd like to, if I were you, I would spend 4 hours a day on sales, like like one sales call and then like 2, 3 discovery calls a day.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Get the stress on your face.
No, it's a good plan. I just know what I'm going into here.
Oh
I'm
man.
fine. I'm fine. Like this is fun for me. Like it's crazy that I've built this whole thing from the ground up thanks to you guys, but um I'm super lucky. It'll be I'm anxious and excited for the next 3 weeks.
Good. Good. Um, Mason, you got anything else or do you have anything else that you want to ask Mason or myself before we move on to Jorge?
I don't think so.
Okay.
See you guys on Monday. My hair crazy up, zero sleep. Hopefully a couple more clients.
Good. Okay.
Cool.
Oh, Mr. Jorge, you there? What's up, brother man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling. Are you working right now or are you in the middle of filming something?
No, I'm at the school right now. One of my buddies, he just started taking photos, so he's showing me. But yeah, I just finished training and I hopped on in here.
Cool. What's up? How can we help, man? What's questions, comments, concerns? Peace out, Cam.
Let's see, what was I gonna say? I was gonna ask you about what we were talking about, right? The content, like starting to make some courses and stuff, right? Excuse me. For that, you're suggesting just starting to like document everything, literally like step one to all the way, A to Z.
I don't know about step 1A through Z. I think it's just like framing it in terms of like trying to step into the shoes of somebody that you were to sign on and like everything that they would need to see. That's kind of the best way. I that might be very vague, but like that's the best way I can give you the advice. It's like, what would they need to experience? What would they need to know and learn step by step? Not even like learn, but step by step, what would they need to learn?
So you don't even think it'd be important to like just do like A through Z, like exactly of like what the whole process is, more just like
Oh, that for sure. If you feel like an A through Z piece of content could help, like do that.
okay, gotcha. I think that was pretty much it, honestly. There's another question, but it's like I can't even remember right now. Uh,
Cam is
we,
going through that right now. Like
huh?
Cam, Cam who just left, he's literally going through that stage right now. And I know I don't know if you've ever chatted with Cam and like chopped it up, but he's like very collaborative. So if you want to reach out to him, bro, I'm sure he'll hop on a call with you, Zoom, and you guys can maybe like script out, like kind of plan out content together. That might be beneficial for you guys.
Yeah. We had a chat. He asked me about like the program, like the offer, and I shared some knowledge too. So
Okay,
I think
cool.
that'll be good. I'll definitely hit him up. But as far as that goes, that's pretty much the main thing. And then the DMs, I'm still sending the DMs, right? But I know you told me kind of like that shouldn't be the priority right now. The priority should be like this stuff right here. But I guess I still haven't booked, like I haven't hopped on a sales call yet, but I did kind of make some strides in like the development of the DM. Uh, So I'll send a DM and then I would send a Loom video going over it, right? Like saying like, hey man, like I actually made you a video already, outlining the process. You want me to show you here? And they're like, yeah, cool. Then I'll just go make it. So I've gotten more responses with that, and I've actually made a couple of videos now, but no sales calls yet. They're more like, oh man, that works well, or like, oh, like that's not really what we're trying to do. I'm like, all right, whatever. So that's just a quick update. And then any news with this? The first challenger is about to actually finish his last week, and we're gonna get him on a recurring monthly membership tomorrow. So he's actually gonna be doing 6 months paid in full.
Nice. So you
So
already did, like you yourself did the sales call with him, the sales meeting, the re-up thing with him?
it wasn't even a meeting, so I don't know how much it counts. It was more just like he's like, hey bro, like what happens? It's my 6th week now. I want to keep training. I'm like, all right, let's talk about it tomorrow. There's just really two options. You could stay with us for 6 months, or you do month to month. He's like, I think it's cheaper if I do 6 months, right? So let's just do that. And then I'm
Nice.
like, all right.
That's like the easiest sale in the world. What the fuck?
Yeah, even like he was the first guy I sold, and even like when I signed him up too, he's like, "Oh, dude, $800, like that's a steal. Like here, take it all immediately."
Oh, okay. What is he like? What did he come? Did he come in for like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Is like he's one of those that he like loves the training and all that stuff, or did he come in for the weight loss predominantly? Which one of those two was?
He came in both. So he wanted to learn like a martial art, and then he's like, "Yeah, also, I feel like I could be a little bit fitter."
And like what has his progress been? Like he lost weight or what?
Yeah, so his weight has been not even like he hasn't lost like the entire 15 pounds. I think he's lost like 5 pounds, right? And
Okay,
he's definitely been
so that's
he's been
interesting.
really consistent. Like he's been like he loves jujitsu. Like he loves the whole like everything about it. So that's pretty cool. But as
Okay.
far as like the weight loss is like nothing crazy. Not like, 10, 15, 20 pounds. He also wasn't overweight. Like he was like chubby fat, right?
So if I were you, you definitely want to document that, man. Like make note of that, document that, put that down because you'll notice that's very different than what Gym Launch is doing. Gym Launch is really leveraging the weight loss. For me, my theory was that people are going to come in and they're going to come in for the atmosphere. They're going to stay for the atmosphere. So they're going to come in and maybe take advantage of the 6 week challenge, but then they're going to stay for the atmosphere. That's what I think. So
Mhm.
again, you have to get more data. You have to kind of see what happens with the next few people that you closed.
Gotcha. Yeah, because there's another guy that is same thing. I mean, most of them, like you said, it's like what you just mentioned. It's people coming in for that too. Primarily, it's like, oh, jujitsu is kind of cool, and yeah, I want to lose weight with it. But they end up like, just liking the overall environment and the vibe of the place, and they stay, right? Like it's like a lifestyle thing that they stick with. And then like the byproduct is just like a secondary issue, which is like the losing weight.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. See, get a few. How many people? How many people did you close? Two, three, four people?
I've closed 6 or 5. 5.
5 people at the clinic that you're at right now, Adams.
Mhm.
And then, okay, so yeah, 5. That's a good number. And then I guess we'll see what happens. Out of those 5, how many do you feel like are gonna like re-up?
I think 4, honestly.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, there's just one that, yeah.
I want to just do some numbers here real quick. So what is what is your what is the client acquisition cost? You said it was 250 or what was it something else?
It is right now it climbed up to 300.
Okay, so 300 is your cost per acquisition on average. Plus, how much do you think your cost of fulfillment is? Like, so how much do you think Adam is spending
Mhm.
in order to like service them, if he's paying any commission or whatever? Like, what is the total cost to service each of those five people, if you had to guess?
Where would I even start?
There's
So
like the
there's a uniform that we give them.
Mhm.
The uniform I think costs $70. I think he pays the coach, the instructors, like I think he doesn't even he pays the instructors in like credits. So he just credits for like their tuition. So technically they're not getting money, they're more just like getting like a credit that they can use on the profile to buy whatever. Anything else that goes into it is obviously the ad spend, and then the nutritionist, he gets $50 per successful um, consult. That's Oh, we give him a shirt. I think the shirt cost them $5 or $7. That's it.
Okay. So then what I'm gonna say is 300 plus 70, 80. So 70 plus 20 plus 50 plus 7 is about 147 is your cost of service. So times 2, 147 plus 300 times 2. That means you got to make 8, 849. So that actually makes sense. So this is the equation, by the way, the one that I mentioned to you earlier.
Mhm.
So you're pretty much right in line, right? This makes sense. So I calculated your numbers earlier and I pretty much guessed that 250 plus 100. So yeah, so this makes sense. So do you understand what I'm kind of getting at?
Yeah. And then obviously
This will make sure the client is making enough money that they're going to be able to expand and continue to pay an agency. They're making enough money to acquire a customer, service that customer, acquire the next customer, service that customer. So there's enough money.
wait, can you hold on, can you explain this to me again? Like really like I'm
Yeah.
kind of grasping it, but mostly I feel like I'm like having like a brain fart right now. I just
It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Um, so um, can you see my screen?
Mhm.
So basically, it's your client acquisition cost plus your cost of fulfillment times 2. So my client acquisition cost is what? Is $300, right? And then what is the cost to fulfill? The shirt and this and that, I said $20 is what the coach is getting paid. So I'm calculating about 147 bucks. So 147 bucks is how much Adam is paying to service this person, and then Adam is spending 300 bucks to acquire the customer. Make sense so far or no?
Yeah.
Adam is spending $300 to acquire this new customer. Adam is spending $147 to service this customer.
Yeah.
So two times that means two times that means it's getting Adam the existing customer as well as the next customer, and it's covering the cost of servicing this customer as well as the next customer.
Mm.
So, and you're doing it within 30 days. So that means this number is 800 bucks. So this means that you can grow your business infinitely. That's what Hormozi's number is. It's the infinite amount. Like if you can get a customer to spend 800 bucks with you on average within 30 days, you can grow your business to infinite proportions. That's what this number means. And so now the constraint is no longer money. The constraint is, do you have enough coaches? Do you have enough real estate for people to roll around? Do you have other things, not money? Money is no longer a constraint.
Mm.
That's what this number means. And the way I take this is I take it from the perspective of as an agency owner. If you're an agency owner, if you hit this number, if money is not a constraint for them, that means that they're going to be able to afford you as the agency owner. So does that make sense?
Mhm.
So
Gotcha.
without an agency, obviously they're going to be able to grow much harder, much faster, but with an agency, they can afford it. That's what these numbers tell me.
Okay. And then would I just apply this to a new client? Like, is
Every
this a
client.
helpful?
That's the key is like that's the key is like you got to figure out what is your client acquisition cost. So some people it's going to be $300, some people it's going to be $200, whatever it is.
Mhm.
And then each one of your clients is going to spend a different amount. So some people are going to spend $70, some people are going to spend $50 or whatever. You need to take that number, multiply that by 2, and whatever that number is, whether it's 800, 700, 500, whatever the fuck that number is, you need to help your client collect that amount from each of their client customers on average within 30 days. If you can
And
do it, then they will keep you on. They will never fire you. That's the key.
is this something that I would explain to them at some point?
You don't need to.
Okay. It's more like internal, like, okay, like how are we doing?
Yeah, this is like yeah, it's like imagine like I'm like you got an Apple Watch and we're reading your health metrics to know if you're healthy or not. So as long as you're doing this, you ain't got to worry. You're going to keep getting paid.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I mean your numbers are they don't surprise me. Everything looks healthy. Everything looks fine. Cool. Um, what else you got? What else is brewing in your head that you wanted to chop it up about? Anything else?
Mm, no, no, that's it, honestly. Um, there was something else that's kind of not, it's kind of random, like question.
So,
Um, how important, like, let me frame this question right, like using a VSL in our funnels, would you advise on putting those at like a different stage, like later on in the journey, or like, are they important at all? Like, is it just because it's like it's working how already how it is?
yeah. So basically, step one is you have your calendar page. Step two is you have your thank you page. And so what happens is if you have your calendar page and you have your thank you page, what happens is you're going to validate this, which is your headline. If your
Hmm.
headline is fucked, nobody's going to book a call with you, right? So this is what things look like. And then what happens is after you build this out, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to build out your VSL page because what's going to happen is as long as you keep running traffic to this page and you're going to keep getting a thank you page and you're going to make some money, but then you're going to, as you increase ad spend, people are going to be like, I don't know what the fuck you do. And so from there, you need to put in a VSL page. Once you put the VSL page, now people are going to come to your sales calls more educated. Once you have mastered the VSL page and the headline, now you can work on your opt-in page. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. That's the order of operations.
Oh, okay.
That's how you build it out from step to step. So
Oh, wow.
usually I'm starting out here with everybody here, right here.
Hmm.
And then after that, honestly, I'm actually not even focusing on this for most people. I'm focusing on like nurturing content. So like YouTube videos and stuff like that. Because I feel like this is going to help people more than this.
Hmm. Definitely.
Page, thank you page, nurture content, then VSL, then opt-in page.
Okay, cool.
Other questions?
No, that's pretty much it. So just focus on starting to create that content, right? Like potential like course material, and then validating it with one of my other clients, right? That Taekwondo school. Um, we're pretty much doing something similar, but since it's the offer for kids, we've been trying to like figure out what we can tweak. And I told them, hey, like this is working for us here for jujitsu for adults. I feel like we can make it work for you guys, right? But let's figure something out and let's just try something. So they're like, we're on the same page as far as like, hey, like we're trying something right now new that's based off something that already works. So we'll be launching that by the beginning of next month for a kids offer. So I'll keep you updated on that.
It's interesting because I mean, because I mean, with the ad and the funnel, it's a 6 week weight loss challenge, right? So I don't know how that would work if you did that for kids. Like you know what I mean? Like kids lose weight, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I told them, and that's what I was thinking. And then I figured like I was looking at their offers and like what do people like this normally do in this industry, and something that they told me and that like we thought about together is more of like the discipline, like get your kids disciplined, right? Like have them like be more confident, have them bully defense, something like that. So what we're doing and substituting the obviously like the weight loss is where there's still accountability because they're gonna be able to uh, hold the coaches, I mean, hold the parents and hold the kids accountable,
Have
and
you
there's
seen
still the training.
have you seen this before? Have you seen anybody do this kind of thing? Like kidding
I
anyway, but like a Hormozy gym launch kind of thing with kids. Like, have you seen this before?
haven't seen it with like Hormozy or anybody like that do it. I just saw like some offers where like there's like a old schools too, like in jiu-jitsu that like had a kids program that they would do something like they would have like a card, like a sheet that the kids would fill out. And so what we're doing is we thought about like instead of the weight loss, we're gonna do like a discipline and accountability for their kid to like make a new friend, to do their homework, like to do their chores at their own time, like, and they had to sign in and they had to like fill out a star sheet basically. And then the parent has to do it with themselves as well and report back to them like, okay, like little Timmy made a friend today or he brushed his teeth on his
So
own accord.
what my advice would be is if you want to validate this, man, I mean, if you already got somebody that's willing to do it, like by all means go for it. You might learn something like crazy and it might fucking work. Fantastic. And if it does, great. I personally think that I always tell people marketing is what brings people into your world. It brings the right and the wrong people into the world. That's your marketing, that's your ads. And
Mhm.
the sales process is to um, get rid of the wrong people and then find the right ones and amplify their desire. That's how I look at sales. So marketing brings right and wrong people in, more right than wrong.
Mhm.
Sales, right people's desires and repels the wrong people. So that's your nurture process, your sales process. So what you're talking about is you're talking about your sales process right now. You're talking about accountability. That's your sales process. But is the marketing going to bring the right people in the first place? I don't know. Um, I feel like with the 6 week challenge, you're saying a weight loss, so it brings in the right person. And then, yeah. So I don't know if I'm making any sense. I don't know how well it will work. If I were in your shoes, I would try
Mhm.
to put what you're doing with another jujitsu clinic that is doing adults that is weight loss. That's what I would do. That's where my mind is. That's the first thing I would do.
Okay.
Would not
That
be
is
you could do this and then spend like a month turning your wheels and it doesn't fucking work. And then
yeah.
you lose your time and energy.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense too. And I told him the same thing too, because I'm like, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, dude, like it works for sure for this. I don't know if it'll work for this. Like, I haven't really seen it replicated like this. I think we could try something if you guys are down. And they're like, yeah, fuck it, let's try it. And I'll definitely report back, right? This is not something I'm gonna continue moving forward. Like I don't unless it works, crazy, then I'll do it. But I'm like, I'm not gonna be directly advertising to like Taekwondo kids or like academies, but hey, like let's do a kids program just because we know that this challenge, the 60 challenge works, for sure. But I do have another school for that too. Like I do have I'm just waiting on to hear back from them. We already had a conversation about it, and I'm confident that with them it'll work too.
Yeah. Yeah. So cool. So in that case, we're on the same page, which is keep doing what you're doing with Adam. The best case and the smartest case and the fastest case is going to be for you to do it with another clinic that's weight loss for adults, so that you can validate it, create your course material, and then once you're
Mhm.
done, move on to client acquisition again. That's the smartest thing. And if you want to test out some kids and whatever, go for it. It may or may not work, and you
Mhm.
you have to cut your losses very fast and move on if it doesn't work.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. With them, I was just like, man, like, let's see if it works. You know, at the very least, you know, maybe I can get like another month or two of service fee from them, and then we get some data to see if it works. Very worst case, it doesn't. You know, best case, maybe it does, or we could just do regular lead generation.
Okay, cool. Anything else, Jorge? You want to go
Uh,
over?
no, that's it. That's it. That's pretty much it. Yeah. If there's something else that I might remember, I'll just DM you. But
Um,
what were you gonna say?
no, I was just gonna just kind of run through that, just confirming that we're on the same page with everything. But yeah, if you have questions, just let me know, bro, and I'll answer them for you. Cool. Ryan, do you have anything else that came to mind that you want to go over, bro?
Nah, man. I'm just sending Cam a message. Apologize for stressing him out.
You gave him a heart.
Yeah,
Are
what
you
heart
guys?
attack?
Yeah, you gave him a heart attack. I could
You
see
know
like
what?
you were talking. He was just getting more and more stressed.
Yeah, he like put his hand like this. He's like,
Oh, well, I mean, like the best way to prepare is to know all your information, all your facts, right? So I've kind of I've given him a rundown of like, the first 2 to 3 weeks you're gonna be fucking useless. Don't have any sales call booked. Because like you and your partner, you're going through new terrain. Your partner might not be able to breastfeed. Oh, she might not be able to breastfeed, and it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? You might have to run around town for a day trying to find a breast pump, and you're trying to figure out what the fuck is. Actually, this is a true story. Turns out my missus, she couldn't really breastfeed. She wasn't producing enough milk, so our baby wasn't drinking enough, and it's just constantly crying, or it's like biting on the nipple and shit, and it's like, well, fuck, I need to go get a breast pump so we can actually feed her from a bottle. And I'm running around these stores being like, what one do I grab? And fucking like, what the fuck? What am I doing here? What do I grab? A manual one? What's this one? This is medically rated. This one's fucking, I don't know. I got a Game Boy Advance attached to it or some shit. Like, bro, it was like half the day, and I was just so stressed. And that was one of the days, and it was like every day for the first 3 weeks was like you're learning this new thing of how you have to navigate through life with your partner. Take it on some of her roles. What do you guys have to do to make it work? So the first 3 weeks are just fucking, and then it calms down, but then there's always new shit for the first 3 months as you start to like kind of re-socialize, re-navigate your life, I find.
How old is your kiddo?
Was that? How old? She's 2.5 now.
So she's at the phase of the nose. No, or is that's age 2?
That was like 6 months ago, 4 months ago. She's at the I'll do it, Dad. No, I'll do it, Dad. Don't help me get into the truck. I'll do it, Dad. I'll climb up. I'm gonna feed our dog. No, Dad, I'll feed him. Okay. So that's where we're at. Have you got a kid yourself? No. Oh yeah.
I am his kid.
No, you guys are my children. I have 50-year-old men children named Jeremy. That's how I do my adulting, and yeah. Mason he's co-adulting with me, co-parenting with me. So no, dude, that shit scares me genuinely. Like marriage, relationships, like I am not for a while, man. I'm not allergic to it. I'm interested in it, just not right now.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Oh, don't do this. You don't want to do this.
Yes, I get like so many different numbers. It's interesting as I consult more and more. Like obviously, I get older, but when I was, yeah, yeah. How old do you think I am?
Well, it's hard to tell because you talk as though you're, I don't know, 33, 34. But then you got like a baby face with a little bit with a beard. So you're like, oh, maybe this guy's like 26, 27 type situation. I don't know, man. If I was to guess, I'd say like early 30s, just the way you talk and kind of hold yourself, present.
Yeah. How old are you? You're like 35, right? or 30. How old are you?
Ryan
Wait,
looks
31.
like Ryan looks
31?
like
No, I knew you were at
30. Yeah.
30s. I didn't know if you were mid 30s or 31. I'm
Nah,
35.
you're 35. You're mid 30s. Ah, yeah, sweet.
So
Nah,
when I was younger, everybody was like, "Oh, he's like 25." And then as I got the more like coaching, um, people are more like, "Oh yeah, you look like you're 35." I believe it when you say you're 35. So I don't know.
whereas Mason, I can only tell that with the baby face, surely we're talking 23, 24.
26.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
Mason's a child. Mason's an
I
infant.
know.
Mason's like the youngest guy in the group.
I know.
Uh,
It's
I think,
nice.
I think
No,
you were
Amon's younger than I am. So is Cameron, I'm pretty sure.
Cam's 22, I think.
Yeah, he's younger than I am.
Cam's the only one. Amun's older than you. You know how old do you think Amun is?
I mean, with that information, I have to say 27.
Yeah, he's like 30 or some shit. He's like
No,
yeah,
Amon's not 30. No fucking way.
he's like 29 or something. He's like right there.
I can still see him with like the crayons and shit. Like, there's no way.
What does this glue smell like?
Yeah, exactly.
Amun's he's a little bit you know, he's he's so he's a nice guy. That's why I think nice guys, so
He's very soft-spoken, isn't he?
yeah, that's why I think.
So if we're shifting to this PT type situation, you're gonna have a sleep on it, you're gonna mull it over. Imagine it's probably pretty late there at the moment. What's it, like 10 o'clock at night?
It's bedtime.
Yeah, mean. So from the ads, I guess I'm gonna tee up with you, Mason, regarding well, I suppose the service delivery isn't important yet until we start getting them. So I'll tee up with you with the service delivery, but we'll sort those ads out with you, Kashik, initially.
I think because you said something along the lines of like being free because I wanted to when I got time with you, Ryan, I want to sneak stuff in, you know what I mean? And you said you got like 48 hours that you can be productive and just give it all to this. And so the best thing that can be done, because like my brain's fried at the end of these coaching calls, bro. But
I can imagine.
I can wake up tomorrow and I can kind of sleep. I have a fresh pair to think with. But what would really help me is for you to watch that video and then type in a script that follows that pattern. So really quick, what it is, I kind of forget, but it's like this agent right here had this outcome. This agent right here had this success. So this personal trainer had this outcome. So that's step one is this ad right here, this person right here. So that's the first thing is it's a case study. You got to point to a specific person. Again, we'll create it. Don't worry about that. And then the second part of it is, and they didn't do this, they didn't do that, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. So you got to get very crystal clear. Again, Mason's gonna be good. You and Mason should totally talk. For personal training, it's gonna be big things like, oh, and they didn't have to train somebody in person, and they didn't have to get paid by the gym, and they didn't have to spend a bunch of time DMing people, right? All these different things that these online personal trainers don't want to do. Either you're gonna be. Here's the thing: either you're talking to an online personal trainer and trying to help them grow, or you're talking to somebody that's an offline personal trainer and trying to get them online. That message is gonna be completely different. The person that's in person has different problems with the person that's online. So,
we're targeting online, aren't we? Specifically, that's
well,
where we want to target.
well, the thing is, what we're doing is we're getting people to become online, but there are people that are already online that we're just trying to help them better, and there are people that are offline that we're trying to help get online.
Convert, yeah.
So step one is, so Mason, what do you remember? Was your messaging around offline, online, or you didn't really distinguish?
If I remember correctly, it was more toward online.
Like you were talking to people as if they were already online?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think so too. Because you were talking about like, oh, you don't have to DM anyone, you have to do this, you have to do that.
Yeah. You can agitate pain in different ways. Like one way you can do it with someone that's not online yet is like, um, are you working the gym all day long just to, you could have, I forgot exactly how you can word it, but you can have like one high ticket client for $2,000 versus 50 in person at a gym, and you can really make more of an impact working with them one on one versus seeing so many clients a day that you can't put time into and making like literally nothing, right? That's kind of like the main discrepancy between in person and online. It's like online, you get all your time back. In person, you're stuck at a location. Online, you're not really capped at how much money you can earn. In person, it's kind of like you only can see so many clients at one time.
So point is, when it comes to ad formula, step one, this person right here achieved this result. Part two of it, and they didn't have to do this, 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 which are all the agitation points. Part three of it goes into, but they're not the only person. Here's Joe who got this result, here's Dan who got this result, and here's some more case studies to say that that person wasn't a fluke. Part four of it is, and what they're doing is they're doing some unique strategy called XYZ. That's part four. Part five is the call to action. What I like to do is I put together a really quick 8-minute video, click the button below, go watch that video, and it'll show you exactly how the strategy works. Or if you'd like us to share how the strategy works with you, or if you'd like us to implement the strategy with you, click the button below, book a call. I'll share how this works with you within 5 minutes and help you get these results. So we're gonna have two different call to action, like I said, because we're gonna try to be a regular funnel as well as the DM funnel. So we're gonna have two different call to action, but that's hopefully that makes sense. That's the overall script. And
Yeah, makes sense.
so step one, please watch that video. Step two is type something out. You can go into Trello, by the way. Remember your Trello board? I don't know if you still have it. If you still have it, you can like literally we can go in there and start typing out those ads, and I can go in there and tweak it. Or if you just want to send it over Slack, I can just like look at it that way. It's up to you. And then if I'm still awake and you get it done in like an hour or two and I have enough brain power, I'll just give you the thumbs up and maybe go film it. Or, maybe tomorrow I can get back to you with the fresh pair of eyes.
No, you get back to me tomorrow. From now, I need to go cook dinner for my daughter, and then I'm being dragged along to mountain bike racing. So,
Okay. Hey, that sounds fun. Cool. All
yeah.
right. In that case, then I will go chill and rest up, and Mason will go chill and rest up. And Mason, is there anything that you wanted to chop it up about or go over with Ryan?
Mm, no, just you'll probably be in the talks with me a lot, so just feel free to message me at any time. Usually have a lot of questions, and I'll send that out over when I can.
I think the earlier you do that, I think the better I will be able to visualize an ad.
His ad was very different than what I'm suggesting for you. You'll film one of his as well. His ad just works. It's like you can do it in your sleep. It's super simple, very straightforward.
I think it'll help my visualization process.
Okay.
To then change aspects rather than just like a blank canvas. The more I can picture, the more I can kind of bring it all together, I guess.
Cool. Sounds good. Was there something else that you're saying, Ryan?
Nah, I was just talking shit.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, then.